Alright, homies, what's up, everybody? Yo, what's going on? What's going on, homies? We are back. Oh, hold on a second. I'm like peeking right now with my microphone. Got to lower that a bit, maybe like 0.5 decibels, you know. Okay, how's this sound? I think it's like going good. I think it's going good. Maybe if I just like push myself away or something like that. Alright, homies, what's up, everybody? The Khaiza. Hold on. Yo, where's like my Discord? There you go. And yeah, soundboards are working. Okay, it was just like a freaking restart. What's up, homies? The Khaiza is back. Yo, the Khaiza has returned. Once again, how are y'all homies doing today? Welcome. Hi, everybody. What's up on Twitch? What's up on YouTube? I see both of y'all there. Yeah, YouTube didn't get a, I'm pretty sure the intro will be like muted in some way. It will be like copyright because of, like YouTube policy, but that's okay. I was just worried about it being like channel blocked. Or things like that, but alhamdulillah, it was not that. That's good. Hi homies, how's everyone doing? I see T-Puri's messages like he always does, saying his usual hellos. Oh, nice. 5 more before the episode ends. Nice, let's go. What y'all be watching, Zets? How far y'all got to in Zets? I should have worn like a Super Sentai shirt. I don't think I have a Super Sentai shirt of any kind. I should order one. But it's at like the worst time because it's like Sentai is ending. As you can tell from the episode title, homies. Sentai, well, not really, it's like it's ending. I mean, they officially said Sentai will be entering a hiatus more than anything, but a lot of doomers and a lot of like Reddit posters and a lot of like ex-accounters are going to be saying that like Sentai is dead. And everybody's just like bidding their farewells. Like some people are like asinine enough to do like a what was it, a farewell stream? I'm like, oh jeez and rice. Oh, stuff for the But yeah, homies, this is a Super Sentai night. Tokusatsu Super Sentai night. More specifically, Sentai hentai. Sorry, I had to make that joke, right? Have to make that joke, you know. But yeah, we are going to be doing a full ass review of #1 Sentai Gozyuger, right? It is the #1 Sentai Gozyuger, just recently finished 2 days ago with how many episodes did it have? Like 48, if I'm not mistaken, right? Did it end at like 48? I'm gonna have to like double check and find out. Oh, 49. Okay, so 49. That's kind of like standard, right? That's kind of standard. Either like my train of thought. Usually like a Kamen Rider or a Super Sentai show would either end at like 49 episodes or 51 episodes, right? Either or. So 49 is just like, you know, the standard, right? 49 is the standard. So we're going to be talking about Gozyuger series Gozyuger, I'd say it's like a series finale because each season feels like its own like series, you know? Like whether it be Boom Boomcher or King Oger or Dawn Brothers or Gokaiger or Hurricaneger or Abba Ranger or fucking Time Ranger, right? Each season feels like their own series, right? With their own like continuity and like lore, right? So we're gonna be doing a Gozyuger series review. Don't know how long it will be, but we'll try to see if we can like min-max it. And also we're gonna be talking about some Super Sentai stuff, or at least like a reflection of the Khaiza's experience with Super Sentai. And then maybe like play some random games, you know, like maybe practice on like some Tekken or things like that, or maybe like brush up on the PS5 because I do need to play some PS5 games on there, and I gotta get to it fast because otherwise I'll be late with my underscore plays things and stuff like that. It will be just like, ugh, God, it's just ugh, man, goddamn pressure pushing down on me, right? Wait, isn't there like a like in Discord? I thought there was like an update where you can like say in a voice chat what that chat is like talking about or something like that, you know? Damn, I don't think they have that. I mean, Discord is facing a lot of like backlash now because of like their supposed like update in March. Yeah, a lot of Discord users are going to be unhappy with the next update. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Anybody see the Super Bowl today? Or sorry, today. Anybody see the Super Bowl last weekend? Super Bowl happened like as Gozyuger like ended, homies. Like, oh my god, really? Everybody was ecstatic. Everybody was ecstatic about the halftime show. So that's really cool. I like that. That's really cool. I like that. And on the other end, there was that other like halftime show that crazy fans did. I'm just looking at Twitter, homie. Sorry, my bad. Gotta like concentrate, right? We'll also be like catching up on some news that we'll try to see if we can like squeeze in, maybe like do like some things tomorrow to make up for it, because today will be just like Sentai. So I don't want to be like, I don't want to divert like the stream. I just want to jump right into it, but we'll just like brush them on, and if I feel like it, I might want to do a stream tomorrow just to like fully talk about them and maybe play some games, you know? Yeah, but for now we're just gonna be in strictly like Sentai mode. Just a little bit, we're just gonna be like talking about like some news, stuff like that, right? I do want to talk about them a little bit though. I've already checked on like channel points, so no worries, no issues, things like that. Oh, I gotta put this around like over here. Yeah, let's just like jump straight into like talking about news and stuff like that. Let's talk about Marvel Rivals stuff, right? Since that was there. I did see like the full thing, but the highlight was Elsa Bloodstone, right? This supposed monster hunter in Marvel Rivals. We could go like check her out because I'm just like curious. Elsa Bloodstone is not really a character that like can't say not my cup of tea, is not for me, because that's apparently like a bad phrasing. You can't say that. She's cool, but it's like, okay, yeah, sure, she's fine. She's fine. I won't be playing her. She looks cool, or she plays cool. Right? So she's like a gun user.
Trap set!
A trapper. She has a dash uppercut move like magic.
Breathing gunshot!
Ooh. Ricochet bullet. Whoa. Whoa, okay. Yeah, she is a duelist, alright. What the hell is that?
Dinner time, love!
Whoa, what?
Not gonna complain about that.
Just pushes people off the screen and their CC sunlocked? Damn, okay. Got a musket, got a, what was it, pistol? Right? Okay, she's interesting. Right? She's cool. It's like a character breakdown. Well, not a character breakdown of her, just a character trailer of her. And then Marvel Rivals immediately, well, I think they do like the process of dev vision before, and then as their first video, and then character trailer as their second video.
Just Guang Guang here. It's great to be.
Damn it, Guang Guang, get your big ass out of my fucking screen, dog.
Welcome
Get your
to
big ass out of my screen.
Of Marvel Rivals. After teaming up to defeat the Brute Queen.
Yeah, some lore stuff, right? Elsa Bloodstone. Talking about Elsa a little bit. Oh, this is where they talk about
anyone who stands in the woods. We are removing the Fantastic Four team up ability.
Yeah, so this is what I wanted to like catch up on, right? So the 6.5 update right now it's like in February, so obviously there's going to be like a new update and a new hero for Rivals.
Removing the Fantastic Four team up.
Really? They're removing that? That's kind of weird because it's like you take away the one key ability. Like, I mean, I don't necessarily like dealing with enemy Mr. Fantastic. Hardly you ever see like Human Torch, but I don't like dealing with Thing or Invis or Reed Richards. Annoying ass fucking characters. But that's kind of ridiculous because it's like this like team up ability is like their core like identity, you know? Like this is like it's a team up ability, yes, but this is like their main flagship like thing, right? Yeah, the Fantastic Four team up ability is like you get a shield boost by Invis, right? She gives all three of the boys a little something, you know? So it's like, why take that away? Why take that away? Was it too powerful? Damn, okay, sure.
Fantastic Four team up ability. Invisible Woman will now work with Doctor Strange.
Okay, why?
In the brand new Sonic Mayhem team up. Invisible Woman is the anchor here. When activated, Doctor Strange's Maelstone of Madness becomes Sonic Vortex.
Psionic Vortex.
For him and granting extra health.
Oh, so Doctor Strange, Maelstrom of Madness, where he like is like a high risk, high reward character. More damage he gets, or more damage he's dealt to and against, right? Builds up to this like little thing right here, which is Maelstrom of Darkness. It's like a big like AoE move that like kills everybody. Very high damages, even to like kills everybody, depending on like the damage ratio. Now he could like pull in and can like heal. Oh yeah, Allah.
To himself and nearby allies based on the damage dealt. Elsa Bloodstone joins Mr. Poe's interdimensional toy box team up.
Oh, that's
Deadpool
interesting.
modifies Elsa's breathing gun. When the living bullet rounds hit enemies, they will suffer vision impairment and hear Deadpool's non-stop chatter. Elsa can recover vision impairment and hear Deadpool's non-stop chatter.
Oh, that's funny.
Elsa
Okay.
can recall a round, healing herself based on the damage dealt. The Thing
that's
joins
cool.
the Gamma Charge team up. The Thing
Why? Why? Bro, it's already bullshit enough that like BP has like a fucking like overshield, you know? People will praise up Sandbag Deflect on this hill that like Black Panther is like, you know, is bad in this game. Motherfucker, dude, like Black Panther is fucking awful. It's coming from me as like a filthy casual, but dude, you know how unreactable this bitch is? Like, dude, just react. They even give like an update, like just follow the trails, motherfucker. No, Marvel Rivals players are like their reaction time is way worse than mine, and I play fighting games for a living. You know, like way worse than that.
Against the Gamma Gauntlet, activating the ability boosts the
So it gives Thing
range and
a boost in damage.
low key jab, and each hit
Now he could do like what was it, 2 melees and 1 stone haymaker. Oh jeez, each grants bonus.
Mr. Fantastic
Bro, why?
joins the Rocket Network team up. Together, Rocket and Mr. Fantastic developed a fantastic amplifier. When activated, Mr. Fantastic's elasticity can exceed the 100-point cap, and he won't automatically enter inflation state.
Oh, that's interesting.
Manually. The full balance patch notes will be released in a few.
Oh, that's cool for Mr. I mean, I hate enemy Mr. Fantastic because this bitch like bloats up, goes into, you know, rubber like deflect form and things like that. It's like just like rinse and fucking repeat. I play Mr. Fantastic from like time to time if I ever want to like, you know, devise a method with my team comp to, let's say, win. But the problem with Mr. Fantastic is that like once he engages and once he builds up to like, you know, 100% elasticity, it you enter that like big boy form, and you know you have to commit to that, right? Sometimes you don't want to like commit to that 100 form. Sometimes you want to like, you know, survive the fight and just like stay alive, right? But with this ability, it kind of is like interesting because it's like you exceed the 100 like gauge, so you can continue like the fight. And if you ever want to go into inflate mode, yeah, the option is there. The option is there. It's totally optional, so that's really cool. Hey, welcome back, T-Pori. We're just gonna be catching up on a little bit of like news before we talk about Gojuger though. We're just gonna be catching up on some news before we talk about and review Gojuger though. Right now we're just talking about Marvel Rivals stuff. I just want to like brush up on some like news topics that we missed out. Make sure it's in 2 parts. I'll try, but why suggest 2 parts? Why suggest 2 parts? I mean, I get it. I could consider it, but why 2 parts for the review? It's not like I'm like before and after controversy. Here's the thing. I already made like a controversy. Oh, but make it a 1 full. Oh, okay, gotcha. Because I was about to say like I would have to make like 2 parts or 2 videos before and after the controversy, because it's like we are going to be talking about it, but I've already made a video about that, right, with a long time ago when that shit happened in like in November. So it would be kind of like redundant. Like that's where like my thought process is like thinking. Of course, yeah, absolutely. I had the idea of making it into 1 video. Yeah, I'll just properly timestamp it. Is all. Yeah, totally fine. I could just make it into 1 video. Yeah, I'll just properly timestamp it to make it like 2 parts. Yeah, totally.
And accumulate.
But yeah, like Mr. Fantastic can now it's not mandatory that once you hit 100 on elasticity, you enter big boy mode. Now you can go past it and have the option to do it, but it's tied to like a team up ability. Right, so that's like the only thing.
Enter inflation state, instead being able to trigger it manually. The full balance patch notes.
And I think I saw the patch notes like online, right? Let me just like get it real quick. Marvel Rivals, why is it all of my stuff? What the hell? Patch notes. Yeah, there you go. New Marvel Rivals, patch notes. Yeah, let me see this shit. What do they got going on for these characters? Thor, Hammer Throw, new effect. Bonus health only triggers even if it hits multiple opponents. Storm Surge health from 75 to 50, okay. Oh, okay. Small survivability bump, okay. 650 to 675. Fatal attraction cooldown from 17 to 14, that's good. Like, quarter of a minute. Ultron, 30 to 35. Mystical missile charges from 12 to 10. Increases the cooldown of force physics from 8 to 10 seconds. What's force physics? I'll have to look that up. Adam Warlock can now flight at 10 miles per second. Wow. Okay, so they made this bitch a flyer, technically? Okay, sure. Duelists. I don't see any crazy changes. What did Moon Knight get? Reduced the bonus max health provided by Moonblade from 100 to 75. Ah, okay. It won't survive as much. Yeah, I think like Moon Knight got like a bump whenever he tosses Moonblade, and if it connects to like opponents, like he gets bonus health. Oh, fuck that. Why does Legendary get shorter like ultimate period? Or sorry, shorter stacks to activate ultimate. Now he could just activate that shit as much as he wants, you know? As long as he gets like momentum and consistency. Reduce health from 275 to 250, that's health reduction. Reduce the energy cost of Last Stand. Ooh, okay, cool. Now comes out faster. Oh dear. Oh dear, okay. Dance of the Butterfly, okay. Storm bonus health. Oh, okay. Now decays. Reduce damage boost for allies. Oh, reduce damage boost. Okay. Anything else? Removed, added, new, or adjusted. Okay. Right, I'm not going to be compelled to try out this new season. Right, let's see what season 7 offers, maybe. What else? Oh, I've been hearing about this, right? And it's that... Yeah, let me just go open up on Twitter again for 2XKO. Yeah, yeah, it's really unfortunate what's going on with like 2XKO and all the discourse that's going on. Basically, we're going to be talking about this most definitely tomorrow, but I do want to take my jab into this. 2XKO is going to be undercutting their staff, basically. We are reducing the size of the 2XKO team. That decision wasn't like, it comes with a heavy heart, says Tom Cannon, who wrote this like message on the Riot website. Yeah, they're gonna be undercutting staff with a much more smaller focus of a dev team. They're turning tourney series is still going to be intact, or maybe like what was it, pedal to the metal. But yeah, like excuse me, everything is going south for 2XKO, which is really unfortunate. It like baffles me that like, yo, this game is going through some rough times, and people were digging this game like at the beginning when those like closed beta tests or like closed invites were going around. Dude, people like the charm of this game. I mean, it's more like focused on fighting games because 2XKO is the most like tag fighter mechanically dense fighting game there is to date, right? Just so much stuff with like tagging, it will like melt your brain. It's almost like a Guilty Gear like Exar tutorial of their mechanics, you know? You have tagging, you have limit breaks, you have what else? You have parries, you have retreating guard, awkward retreating guards, you know, things like that. It's super crazy. And then on top of that, after like the closed alphas, they started like early access period, I think around in August, and the game just keeps changing after changing after changing after changing, you know, like things like that, even to like one degree where like, you know, back then in 2XKO where you can do like down inputs for supers, now they're just like, you know, homogenized, right? You could just do like Super 1 with Super 2 at the press of a button, you know, like, or even Ultra with the press of a couple of buttons, right? It's like very like trying to cater to the casuals, but at the same time they were pushing for the competitive FGC aspect of it like really hard. I just like feel bad for the people that were let go of their jobs working at 2XKO, right? All the developers out there, man, I wish like if they were like impacted, boy, man, like I've not heard anything from Marlin Pie on social media or Clockwork. I know Nerd Josh got affected and Yohoshi, right? I think Yohoshi. I'll have to like double check, but it sucks that like in this era of gaming, now just like hire big wig elitist like, you know, gaming corpos are, you know, managing the shit and making executive calls to, hey, we didn't make budget, we did not meet this like, you know, marketable standard, oh, might as well cut them off, you know, right? That's like so ridiculous, man. It's like, ugh. Yeah, I want, like even says, I want you to know the decision wasn't made lightly. As we expanded from PC to console, we saw consistent trends in how players were engaging with 2XKO. The game has resonated. Where did they like say it though? Overall momentum hasn't reached the level needed to support a team of this size long term. And 2XKO has been working on this game for like 10 plus years, right? From the original like photos or original like dev constructs of 2XKO before they made the decision to be tag. Yeah, it was just a 1v1 game. And now look at where we're at. Most mechanically dense and most homogenized game there is, you know? And it has a really like small roster of like, for a game with like I'll talk about this like later, but yeah, it's just, it really sucks that a game with this much potential, right? I like it because it's like, you know, it makes me ponder my brain. And of course I played like League. I did my research. I played countless hours of ARAM and Tift, and even like, you know, regular modes in League with friends. I still don't like it. It's a crazy thing. Like a lot of like FGC people go into like League of Legends, which is really funny. I personally got into it because it was announced there's going to be a fighting game. I didn't play it before the announcement of said fighting game division. Yeah, like it sucks. I hope like the people that got like laid off from 2XKO you know, find their footing again. It's rough. It's rough, man. Fucking like corpos, bro. Yeah, like it's still like corpos, bro. We're committed to supporting rioters through this transition, including helping them explore opportunities within Riot where possible and providing a minimum of 6 months of notice pay and severance where it's not. Yeah, so that's nice in a way. But still, though, that eventually came like in a whole, like, you know, backlash of people like, you know, see, I told you 2XKO is a shitty thing. I'm like, motherfucker, this is Twitter, obviously, right? It revels and like just feeds off of negativity and hate, you know, like, and just dumbass fucking takes. I mean, it's now under, you know, Mr. Spaceman himself, right? And his wild ass take, so it just became more and more degenerate. I got that realization when I was talking about like toku takes, right? About like, or anime takes, right? I just want to engage in like conversation. Sometimes like an outrageous take will like compel me to like, you know, tweet about it. I've done that, I think, like maybe 4 times. Half of them are like toku takes. Half of them are toku takes because some of them have like wild crazy things of like, you know, plot lore and things like that. It's just so fucking dumb, bro. So fucking dumb. One of them was even like, you know, I was arguing with like one person who was although sympathetic but was in support of the removal of Maya Imamori on like from Gojuger for tokusatsu. Like, the fuck? So you're saying you're okay. You should excuse Toei for the bullshit that they did. Right? I guess that's where that started with like the banning of the phrase "I mean." Because it's like he wanted to make himself sound smart. But did it in a way that was so like repulsive that like devalued like the actor and the character, you know, because Toei is a big multi-million-dollar like company. They made so many Kamen Riders, they made so many tokusatsu shows that like, whatever, right? I feel bad, but I do support. Like, this motherfucker got me so mad. Twitter is just nothing but like a cesspool of grifting and things like that. You can never feel like you have like, you know, an honest to God wholesome opinion and have like an intellectual conversation. No, these motherfuckers are not intellectual. Yo, speaking of, right, there was this thing about Maximilian, dude, my favorite streamer, talking about, right, like gaming discourse, right, on social media spaces, and he says it so correctly, right?
In the same way that we make content and we see people react to our shit, you get people that are just purely negative and you're like, damn, just a hater. I will never get them on my side. I can write that bitch a check for $1,000. Their opinion would not change. So in the same way, developers look at the big haterade content for a lot of games and go like, that's not our core audience. That message doesn't actually matter. Like, we don't need to appeal towards them. But if you're like, hey, this game has this that are great, and it's really good, and it's running good, but this, and this, and this, and this, and this, these are big-ass problems. So finding that criticism middle ground became really important to me, which is why, like, my relationship with devs now, whenever I run into them, they're like, be honest.
Yeah, like, dude, this, like, hits a core, like, so much, like, in gaming community discourse spaces, right? It's just referring of how, like, you know, people take like such a high fucking like standard of a game. Well, not a high standard of game. They look at said game and they immediately like dogpile on it, like, I hate this shit, why is it getting like popular, or, you know, things like that. It's just so fucking stupid, bro. Many creators can tell the difference between pure hate and actual criticism, right? Especially if they've been doing it for a while. Some of you are literally just yelling into the void, thinking they will process it as critique. Yeah, like, people don't know how to critique very well, right? Like, we sort of like lose this ability, you know, past like high school, past college, past even like high school. We were taught, like, you know, in art classes and literature classes and presentations, history classes, the social fields, you know, like, right, like, for example, student A gives like a presentation and the teacher asks like any feedback, any constructive criticism. That's where like the phrase like comes from. But every student is like, you know, silent, right? Obviously so, because like in the classroom field, you can't just blurt out and say, oh, this is bad. Like, I've done that before. Right? I'll be honest, I have done that before. Right? I was, you know, definitely like I was definitely a part of that demographic that I was literally yelling into like the void. I somehow slipped up and said like said poet's poem was bad and cringy, and she got super sensitive cried, and I was immediately like, you know, a witch from the Salem witch trials, you know, like most of the crew except for like the teacher like was against me, you know. A few friends were, but I learned my lesson that, like, you know, I can't just like say things like that anymore, right? Even though I'm encouraged by one colleague that you should speak out your voice more, but I don't want to run into that situation ever again. I'm scared. People are fucking sensitive about like opinions and whatnot. You don't know what's going on in that other person. Like, that person poured their heart and soul to give, like, you know, what we may think as like, you know, mediocre, but they're doing it to like pass, or they gave it their all to like pass. And we just entered this era, well, not just entered, but we've entered this era where, you know, criticism is like looked down upon, and instead you just keep silent, or the safe place that you can feel safe without the audible like audible notification is online spaces. You can type up whatever the fuck you want, whether it be in online spaces, whether it be in gaming or whether it be in like social media sites like Facebook and Discord and Twitter. People have a lot of like big mouths, and they just say like the wrong opinion because, you know, there's no consequences in the real world for saying shit like this game is bad, or the game is like so and so. Hell, you see it in like multiple instances of grifters saying dumbass takes about said video game. I'm tired of that shit, bro. Like, it comes to a point that like it's just bad takes, bro. Remember fucking Ghost of Yote, and how people were mad pissed or mad salty about like their favorite character Jin is gone, and now it's replaced by a woman. Like, Why are y'all mad about that? Like, it's Ghost of fucking Tsushima. Now it's Ghost of Yote. You still get to play the same fucking game. It's still the same thematic, right? You still get to run around in beautiful fucking, like, high graphical fidelity Japan. But no, you make it a big deal because it's like, it's not the game that, like, you liked. It's like, that's a specific case. But, oh my god, people are fucking stupid, man. Right? They just see, like, a thing and identify one thing that they don't like, and they ride that horse of said thing that they don't like. Right? In fighting games, right? Since we were just talking about, like, Maximilian. You know how many people hated on Marvel Talkin and 2XKO for being, like, you know, whatever, like, not messes, but they can be like messes they did. People were hating on the game, and that hate creates, like, more hate. It's a cesspool of it. Like, can we just, like, be critical about things and give, like, you know, not just negatives but positives, and, you know, slightly small negatives to the extent where it's not hurtful. Like, that's what a lot of people are like, you know, missing these days, and it's very detrimental. Very, like, dude, man. Can we just, like, all be, like, happy about, like, games and share that, like, joy of, like, games? But at the same time, can we also be, like, critical of, you know, said things without making it sound like it hurts or it's bad? Can we also just learn how to be, you know, learn endurance, you know? Well, then again, that like, is hypocritical and opposite to, like, can we just be happy about, like, everything, you know? Because, you know, that's IRL take. Like, not everything is, like, super gumdrops and rainbows, you know? Like, if you want to get too deep, there's, like, good and then there's evil, but, like, you know. Oh, speaking of games, right? There is a PlayStation State of Play, a PlayStation showcase, airing on February 12th, 2026 at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. This is going to be the longest PlayStation Direct because it's 60 minutes. It's 60 minutes of footage from games from game studios across the globe, and they did not specify if it's going to be, like, you know, first party or third party, right? It's going to be everyone. So Sony is bringing out its big nunu out there, right? Like, its big long schlong out there. It's trying to show up. And I think, man, we about to have a good time, because remember that Nintendo Direct that happened like a week ago where it's all about, like, third party? It was like on a Thursday morning, and it was like 9 a.m. in the morning. I did not pay attention to that, nor did I have the energy to react to it, because it was just like, it was just mediocre as fuck. That can be allowed, because it's like, yeah, like, well, it's allowed, but also at the same time, it's like, it goes back on my statement of, like, can we just, like things? But no, I don't think there was, like, no likability there. It was, okay, I shouldn't say mediocre. It was, like, a standard Nintendo Direct, you know? Nintendo will pull out something very big, right? If it's, like, they're in dire straits, right? That's, like, a common trend. If they're, like, let's say, low on their games at the moment, they will push out like something like Smash, for instance, but I don't think so. Right now they're like feeling comfortable. And that's like why I say that direct that happened last week for Nintendo. Yeah, the Nintendo Direct. That Nintendo Direct was really like standard. Because yeah, I said it was like nothing. It was a Nintendo Partner Direct, but it was just the safest shit that I have like seen. Right? That's all it like it really was. Because Nintendo is feeling comfortable. Like they are not putting out anything like too crazy, like anything first party or even like third party. Even from like the third party, there was nothing too crazy. It was like Capcom Pragmata and stuff like that, and Resident Evil. The shit that we have seen like a few months before this Nintendo Direct. But if Sony is putting down their like Nunu big dick energy, right, on the floor, and hyping up that it's going to be like 60 minute plus of news, gameplay updates, etc., etc. Oh, they got something big. Yeah, we're gonna be reacting to this right on the spot when I come back home. I have like work from 10 to 3, but I will rush my ass back home. Hopefully there's no Thursday like shenanigans, right? Like going to the store, because I've seen like whenever I finish work at 3 and go home with mommy, we always go to the store. We always go to a doctor's appointment or things like that. It's just like, what the fuck, bro? Why is Thursday like everything? I got like some bets in line, but we could talk about that after the Gojuger review. What else was there? Oh, Marvel Talkin got leaked. Specifically like so and so and so and so, but that shit got redacted, and they're saving that up for like something else. I'm not gonna say what it is, but if y'all know, y'all know. Moveset for Viltrumites, Lisa or Ilsa and Granblue. Patch notes. Season 3 got dropped for Tekken 8. The purchase option, I mean, not the actual like patch notes and everything. That will take time, and that will be in March. Kunimitsu will be coming in like in May, I promise you. God. There was also a Monster Hunter Direct. Yeah, there was also a Monster Hunter Direct. I have not been in touch with Monster Hunter, so I don't know what the fuck they were doing with that game. I'm waiting on like their expansion, like more story stuff, honestly. That's like the opposite of like Monster Hunter, where they're more about like multiplayer. They're more about like multiplayer rather than like story. But I kind of dig Monster Hunter with like story instead of just like, you know, grabbing bits and info from like notebooks of lore. I don't mind it, but like I dug Monster Hunter World because I'm following the story of like the handler and how she gets mixed up and connected with all of these like ecological things going on. It got a little too hammy in Monster Hunter Wilds when I have to protect the boy and the boy is part of a clan of like guardian monsters and we have to like fight the monsters. It's like, what the fuck is this like ethical fucking conflict of like monsters, you know? Like, the hell? the hell? Shit was so like ridiculous. We're hunters. We like do that shit. If you want like stories, go play like Monster Hunter Stories. That game is like kind of interesting. It's like a takeoff like Pokemon, but with a little more mechanics on top of it. Like you could do cool shit in stories. I seen my best friend's girl play that game and stream that a lot. It's mad fun. Okay, so I'm making y'all sleepy, right? We should go to Gojuger, right? I see some people sleeping. We are yapping, but nah. Is anybody sleeping? I gotta slam the desk. Wake up! Gotta be like in the classroom. Wake up! You're not that tired. Entering education mode, Khaiza. Entering teacher mode, Khaiza. You know. Who be sleeping in my classroom? You know, there's the door right there. Where was it? Save pictures, or is it? Yeah, it was save pictures. I'll have to like open up like a song for this and put it on like in loop or something like that. I know y'all be like sleeping, alright? I could get like used to it. Now I'm just like getting into like, you know, teaching or tutor. I've been tutoring for like how many years? Like since 2015. Almost like, well, more than 10 years, right? Let's make that 11 at this point. Now I'm getting into like the teacher mode and just been around like, you know, education field and faculty, and I get like their woes now. Students sleeping, students cheating, students not paying attention, right? Students on their phones. It's like, yeah, I can get that now. I can actually 100% get that now. I understand how they're feeling. Oh, we'll have to F11 this shit. Yeah, there you go. And okay. Let's go with Fatal Fury EOST ending theme. I'm not sure if that's there. Oh, it is there. Nice. It is there. I was scared there for a little bit because I don't think they have that there, but yeah, now it's available. Good. I'm like, shit, bro. That's good in a way. We're gonna be talking about all these topics, right, later, but we're gonna be talking about this topics probably tomorrow, right? Because, you know, again, gotta be mindful of, you know, sleepers. Otherwise, we'll lose them. It's like, oh my god, my streamer is not talking about the things that I want to talk about. Oh, yeah, okay. You gotta respect the streamer, you know? Okay. I just gotta hit the record button. and we gotta go to like hit the record and then go to here. Okay, cool. Nice, that's better. Okay, so we got everything ready. Okay, homies. Yo, what's up, everybody? We are back. We're back once again. It's a tokusatsu video, a tokusatsu video, right? And it's what was it? Oh, man, I forgot what I was gonna say. And it's I gotta like start over. Hold on. I forgot what word I was like gonna say, bro. Shit. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Finally awake. Pop quiz. What was I talking about before? Sorry. Alright. Pop quiz. What was I talking about before? God. Again. Kidding. Okay. Alright, homies. Welcome back. Yeah, I got my answer there. Welcome back, homies. We are back to a toku-sized video, right? Because this is a perfect timing because like Gozyuger, right? The currently airing well, not currently because it's over, right? Gozyuger has ended its oh, that's not it, right? Hold on. There you go. Has ended its 49th episode, and you know, Gozyuger is over, right? So perfect opportunity for us to do a number one Sentai Gozyuger review. I'll probably have to make it like an episode title. It would be like it's number one, but it lost its path or something like that, you know? We'll explain as the review like goes along, you know? Yeah, we have to like throw out the what was it? The channel points that I have like saved. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I gotta change like that. Shit. Yeah, that was it. I gotta change it like downstairs, you know? Yeah, so we're doing a number one Sentai Gozyuger, what was it, review, right? So, yeah, we're gonna be talking about the pros, the cons of Gozyuger from episode 1, the beginning, all the way to the number one final battle and who is declared winner, the ending, right? So, yeah, so we did like a episode 1 impression, so that just saves us a little bit of like the foreplay, a little bit of the foreplay, right? I'll keep that word. So number one Sentai Gozyuger, right, follows right after like episode 1 where we left off with that video, 5 ringed warriors, and we meet like each one of them, you know, over the course of Gozyuger. So how the reviews are like going to work is that we say like the plot of Gozyuger, right? What's the story of Gozyuger from since like episode 2 all the way up to like the end, and we'll also cover like movies, things like that. So yeah, it should be like a fun review, right? Because like we've done these for like you know, since when was the first Toku review I did? I think it was like Saber. Yeah, I think it was Saber. Kamen Rider Saber. Like back in 2021, something like that. Yeah, this shit was mad long, and I'm still doing it to this day. 5 years later. 5 years later. Number one Sentai Gozyuger. Since episode 2, we got introduced to 4 more characters, right? 5 if we get to like, you know, let's say past like the 4. Ryuki Bakugami Goju Tirano, the super zealot of the Tegasword. Rikuo Byakuya, a disgraced idol that wants to reclaim his spot. Goju Eagle Kinjiro, who is actually like an old man, like an old ass man, but through the power of Tega Sword becomes young again to ignite his party fever. And then we have Sumino Ichikawa, right? Goju Unicorn, a high-class and luxurious PI investigator, detective, you know, shit like that. So, and then over the course, we got the villains, right? The Bryden, right? Led by Tega Jun and her commanders, Fire Candle, Bouquet, Mr. Shining Knife and Sweet Cake, and another individual, an AI technology president, Kuon. So yeah, let's go over like, you know, the episodes, because man, I have to like sit through my thoughts about Gojuger, and yeah, like post thought process, post critical thinking about Gojuger, right? But let's get with the plot, right? So we talked about like the Gojugers and their reasons of existing, right? Let's start with like Kinjiro, right? Who starts off as like the old man, but wants to reclaim youth and be a party person, right? Yeah, his shtick is like simple. It's like meant to be like the the joke character, because it's a very like jokey thing to say, like party people, but it gets more depth like later on. Then we have the other crazy whackbot character, like the evangelist, like Ryugi Bakugami. Actually is like the son of a prodigal like doctor, the house of Bakugami, right? They're all like famous like surgeons or doctors, but he later found out he was like a puppet, like, you know, just with no free will, until he found God. I have seen God, right? Then we have well, I'll save Sumino, but Rikuo, who is a former disgraced pop idol that lost his fame because of like a scandal, but tries to make it back to the top. He still is like an idol for some reason. Like, how do you have like a disgrace and then falling off like grace, you know, things like that, but somehow works in Gojuger, you know. And then we have the most interesting character. One of the most interesting characters is Sumino, right? A PI, you know, high-class and luxurious detective, is set out on finding the truth about what happened to her sister, Oto, who got, like, kidnapped. And of course, we have, like, Hoeru. How can we forget about Hoeru? The not antisocial, but he is, like, just awkward lone wolf, right? Fights super rough, right? He lives for the fight, to an extent. And, has a weird, complicated history with, another bad guy from Brighton, the unemployment guy, who always skips out on his, like, rent, you know? And over the course, we meet, like, Fire Candle, who is the fiery commander of the Brighton, Bouquet, who is the tactical, logical commander, but also has a fangirl crush, idol crush on Rikuo, and it's the funny gag of her not being able to deduce Rikuo's connection to him and Goju Leon. Shining Knife and Sweet Cake, who also have a unique history. And then there's the creepy asshole who is Kuon. Actually turns out to be Hoeru's big brother, but is so creepy, so malicious, so fucking like cringe that I just wanted to like punch him. And it gets even more crazy later down the line. And then there's Tegajun, who is like the commander of the Bridens. Oh shit, yeah, like, well, we can't say that because otherwise Twitch might catch that and we'll be like in trouble. Like the what was it? Just let's say the creepy guy. Let's not go into that specifics, you know. I'll have to like blur that out on like in edited form. Yeah, I might have to like blur that out in edited form when the video becomes available. Then we have like Tegajun, who is like the commander of the Bryden, and yeah, is a artificial creation from Tega's sword. I should have said brother's love. Yeah, in a way, but we'll get to that. Tegajun is like an artificial creation spawned in, right, in a sense. I don't know if she was created by like Tega's sword. I forgot about like that part, but she wants to make it a point where she is better than Tega's sword. Like that's her whole shtick at the first and second arcs until another villain comes in, and that's the Calamity. And the Calamity are like spread out like here and there. Like it's just like the darkness from like Kingdom Hearts or some shit like that. The darkness sweeps over and has claimed countless Super Sentai like lives or shit like that, you know? So you see like the commanders of the Calamity, like they all represent catastrophes that happen in IRL. Pestilence, famine, I forgot like what were the other two though, but like they're big dog commanders, right? And they are in charge of enacting like human suffering. Like one of them goes like ham is like when there's life there's death, you know, like shit like that. So we come into like some crucial points in Gojuger, right? We talked about like the main important key characters. There are side characters that I would like to like talk about, but I just want to go over like main plot and talk about, you know, some of the more I want to talk more about the pros and cons of Gojuger, because I feel like those are important more than anything. Plot stuff is just like you can watch all the episodes on like tokusatsu or like any of those like websites that have like, you know, tokusatsu in them, right? Major canon events that happen in Gojuger, which is the first universe takeover by Bryden, where yeah, she like force kiss. Yeah, Tegajun just like invades like Earth and force kisses Tega's sword, and then spawns in or births the next god, Tega Nakulu, who actually becomes Goodburn, and that is our 6th ranger of Gojuger, Goju Polar, right? Goju Polar is a self-proclaimed god, but actually has like reason. He was the previous universe warrior. He was the previous universe warrior of the previous ring battle, right? Everybody calls him, or he self-proclaims himself, Godness Kumade Machido, or Godness Goju Polar, right? The motif is like he's a icy like polar bear. It's actually like this thing right here, right? This is like Tega Nakulu, or Goodbird, right? Like Tega Knuckle, voiced by Jaden Yuki from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, the Japanese version, right? So that's really right? So that's the first canon event. The universe is reset, and then comes in Goju Polar, right? Hanging around with the gang, interacting with the gang. A little later, mommy. 9814? Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So canon event 1 is done, and then we are introduced to Goju Polar and some side characters that are very like crucial and important, right? Especially Sumino and to Rikuo, right? Because they both go like hand in hand with the second arc of Gojuger. That is Oto, who somehow miraculously comes back with the help of like the Sentai rings. She becomes like the first Shinken Universe Warrior Shinken Red, which by the way, right, Gojuger is an anniversary season, so all of the dudes that partake in the Universe War, are like borrowing powers from previous Sentai Reds, right? So one person can be like Universe Warrior Maji Red, or a Prime Minister could be like Universe Warrior Don Momotaro, right? The sky's like the limit. There's also like an interesting thing that doesn't get delved upon, or that doesn't go too deep upon in the Sentai rings, but that will be like saved like in like 3rd arc or like 4th arc, you know, of Gojuger, right? Or they categorize the arcs in Gojuger as like rounds, right? So 1st round, 2nd round, right? Hey, fighting games, right? You should give fighting games a shot. All of Gojuger is like based on like fighting games. It's so funny. Oh, right. So we get like Oto Ichikawa, who is the little sister of Sumino Ichikawa. She becomes like full like, you know, what's that like subgroup in what's that like popular group in Japan that you see in like anime, manga, you know, things like that, like gals, or GYAURUS, gyarus, right? She becomes like a full-on like that like archetype. Then we find out like some more stuff about like Oto, that she was kidnapped by a gray-eyed man who happens to be affiliated with Rikuo, and that person is Rei, a profound like doctor that was working under the Bakugami hospital firm, but an accident happened to him. His arms got like, you know, cut up, so he can't, and he also has like a disease, and proceeds to kidnap Oto because Oto will make him like curable or something like that. Okay. Okay. Right? What else was like there? That also comes in play with like Rei, because he also forms like a contract with one of the calamities. One of those calamities, I forgot like his name. It's been like a long time. Which yields to Hoeru getting like specifically like 2 power-ups. Yeah, 2 like power-ups. The first power-up was Wild power-up, which is Goju Wolf Akatsuki. Yeah, or Wild Goju Wolf. And then the Zord power-up is like Akatsuki Tega Sword. That comes from like what was it? An episode arc where Fire Candle gets beaten so bad that like which I gotta say, Fire Candle, this is like a G. Like he's like a proud warrior of the Bryden, and he sticks with the Bryden like true and true, right? Like even though he's a villain, he could be like a kooky son of a bitch, right? That could join the team, but nah, he's a man's man. He's a man, you know? Fire Candle was feeling that insatiable thirst for power. I need more power. Gets a hold of the Orca Booster, which is like a godlike relic that powers up a Universe Warrior or even like a Gojuger's brain power to its utmost potential. Think of like unlocked potential in like Dragon Ball Z or something like that, you know? But Fire Candle cooled down after like the power-up debut. And then the second power-up that, it's a universal power-up that is applied to everyone, but starts with like Hoeru, which is the Goju Wolf Take a Sword, which is like it kind of just almost looks like what was it? Remember Ryu's Soldier was like Ryu's Soul Calibur, and they got this big ass fucking like cape thing? That's what it is to me, you know? That's what it is. That's what it is. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, itchy. Right, and then we get to, that's like the third power-up, and actually, sorry, that's the second arc, which leads to like the third arc. I think like, no, that's like the second round. Well, there's more to like the second round, which is like they beat Ray, they beat like the Calamity, they beat the Calamity, well, first of the Calamities. They beat also another Calamity that was in like a movie, it was like a summer movie and all that shit, you know, like, but that's like a movie thing. Like, basically it was just like Pestis or things like that kills like Tegazord like one shot, and it's up to like the Gojugers to fight like a series of like antics, and everybody transforms into like a Universe Red for movie purposes, you know. There's also even a red version of like Tegazord, things like that. But that's like movie, you know. But I did like talk about the movie in some capacity. It was alright, it was cool. Then we get to like the third arc, which is some noticeable changes. Oh well, second arc, yeah, let me finish like the second arc, because they defeat Rei. Otto still is unconscious. She's saved, but still is unconscious. Rikuo gets his closure. Ryugi gets his closure from his parents, right? In one like sub episode where one arc that he had where he had to like quit being like the #1 Tegazord believer, and it falls to like an alien. Kinjiro's still doing like his thing like throughout. But Rikuo was dealing with dilemmas of like how to deal with Rei because he's gone full psycho, full creeper mode. Thrashing around like Sumino every chance he could like get, and poor Sumino just like trying to find like her sister. She's been through rough, you know. But Rei, it was like apprehended. Rikuo got closure, Sumino didn't. Then we hit to like the third arc where we saw noticeable changes with the cast and crew, which we'll save like later, of course. But we got more like lore about like Kuon and Hoeru, where Kuon was, you know, teleported randomly, right, to the No One world with Hoeru, and that was like revealed like in the first interaction that like they had. It was revealed that like Kuon just was kind of like, I need more power, right? He absorbs Tegajun's Tegajun and becomes like a powered up form, fights like Hoeru, blasts Hoeru, talks shit to Hoeru, telling him that he wasn't there when he needed him the most, basically, even though he's like denies it and deflects it, and later redeems his ways by like sacrificing himself so that Hoeru could live, and later is transformed to like, you know, a toy merch exclusive for the rest of the show, for the rest of the episodes after that moment, you know. There was also like Rikuo's thing where, or more specifically Bouquet, where Bouquet finally found out that like, oh, Rikuo was Goju Blue after an episode arc where Rikuo offs another creation by Tekajun, which was Ribbon, who was this duplicitous like character that like acts all cute but is like, you know, actually really like evil. Bouquet even like treated her like a sister, but after Rikuo Blue killed her, offed her, Bouquet goes mad berserk, like she felt betrayed, you know? And Rikuo and Bouquet have this like, you know, emotional battle between each other, right? Bouquet. Oh, and there was also the second. Oh yeah, that's right. Shiny Knife and Sweet Cake, right? Because those two were like one half is full Briden, the other half is a servant of the Calamity, but gets later warped by like the Calamity, kills like Sweet Cake, and goes on a murderous spree, a chaos spree, but then recovers back, you know. That was like in the second arc. But now like in the third arc, it was Bouquet, and Bouquet fights Rikuo, loses, but later reforms to like the good side and becomes #1 Rikuonist, right? Or like #1 Riku fan. You know, Rikuo fan. And as the final round dwindles down to like the last episodes, we get like we get to like see more stuff about like Kuon, which I said Kuon sacrifices himself, becomes like a toy merch. So Briden is like technically done. Tegajun also reforms her ways. The only one that's like left is like Fire Candle, and Fire Candle makes a pact with the Calamity. Fire Candle a fucking G. But the Calamity is like the main villain after like after that point in time, going forward into like Gojuger. And it dwindles down to a final round, final battle between all of the Gojugers, right? So we get to see round 1 with before that we get to see like what was it? The fan-created exclusive that was specifically for Super Sentai, Origa Red, right? An original creation made by a wee lad who really loves Super Sentai. Origa Red was a cool design. He looked badass. He fights badass. He is a Boy Scout though, because it's Super Sentai, right? They're all Boy Scouts. He's from an original universe, right? Unknown to like the Gojugers and unknown to us because he is like totally brand new. Teams up with the original Kaku Ranger, which I did say like the Sentai rings, like participants who wear the Sentai rings borrows the power of the respective Sentais, respective red Sentais. Or more specifically, they wear the reds, but borrows the specific Sentai's powers, you know? If an original owner, right, if like, let's say, Kaku Ranger Ninja Red wears the Kaku Ranger ring, his power increases tenfold, right? Even like mollywops like some of like the Gojugers, you know? Like, he is that good for like base form because he is the original. No power-ups, no nothing, you know? We'll save like that point, like we'll add more to that point like later. Third arc, they fight another like Calamity. Origa Red returns to his like dimension as well as like the original Kaku Ranger, Kaku Red, or Ninja Red, yeah. Ninja Red Sasuke. But Fire Candle, feeling like betrayed that everyone left his ass and all of this like bride and homies are like gone, consumes the calamity power. I think it was specifically the famine calamity's power, and becomes and uses calamity powers himself, right? But anyway, gets to like the final battle. Kinjiro versus Sumino. Sumino wins. Then it was Ryugi versus Rikuo. Ryugi wins, technically, because it's like the framework of that episode was like there was no clear winner. It was just more like Rikuo fucking DQ'd himself, right? In a sense, to become like a #1 idol. And there was supposedly going to be like a Hoedo versus like a Kumade matchup, but then the last calamity showed up, which was Lex, who is the leader of the calamities and wants to create like a balance system of life and death. This bitch just fucking erases people like Thanos style from Infinity War. You know, like what the fuck? Kumade makes the brave like sacrifice of ending Lex, taking himself with him, right? And all that's left in the dust was Hoedo, and he becomes #1, not by choice, but by, you know, course of action. And it sucks because like throughout Gojuger, Hoedo was just, you know, vibing with the crew, right? Even though he was, you know, doing his own thing, right? But slowly as like the season rolled out, it's like he always calls himself the lone wolf, but at the end he finally found himself his pack, right? He found a place where he calls his home, you know? And the universe ring battle like is over, so it's like he's left alone. Poor fucking Hoedo, dog. At that point lost his girl, lost his bro, lost his job, lost his friends. All for what? You know? So the final episode kicks in, and like it's Hoedo versus like Sentai version of Fire Candle. Fire Candle, like, just what a fucking G, what a man. You know? Like, he wants to like fight till his like last breath. But the Gojugers with the revived cast, you know, played out like fucking endgame shit. You know? Really is. It's like the last 2 episodes of Gojuger played out like Avengers, Infinity War, and Endgame. If you really want to think about it, Avengers was just that big popular. Like, Sentai just copies the fucking homework. You know, like... like, it's cool, but damn, bro, Avengers was really influential. Like, to be real. To be real. But yeah, like, the final battle, defeats Fire Candle. The Gojugers, continue with their lives. Even get like their closures, you know? Goju Polar, Kumade comes back as a real god. Hoedo wins like 2 battles, 2 ring wars in a row, right? And his wish is like, I just want to chill with my pack. And that's the end of like Gojuger. Alright, alright. Alright, Mom said, I gotta go down to dinner real quick, homies. Alright. Alright, y'all can sleep. The Khaiza will be back at, let's say 9? Yeah, let's say 9 p.m. Eastern. Or make it like 9:15, right? Because I gotta put on new braces, right? Okay, homies, don't go anywhere. The Khaiza will be back with more Gojuger review. I'll see y'all in a bit. Okay, homies. All right, we're back. We're back. We're gonna be continuing this Gozyuger review, right? Oh, camera has to like focus and stuff like that. Okay. All right. Here, let me see. Let's go to here. Guys, it's open. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah. So. Let me just hit that record button. I just got my yogurt. I'm waiting on mom to bring my tea and my oranges. You know, so I gotta like complete my set before I can put on my braces, right? But this is fine because we can still like continue talking while like eating, right? So that's a good thing, right? Be efficient with time. Okay, so alright. So we just pretty much oh wow, okay. Alright, T-Pori. See ya. See ya, homie. Dang it. Dang it, T-Pori. Alright. Alright, homie. Peace out, brother. Peace out, bye. Okay. So where was I? Oh yeah, that's right. There you go. Good. Okay, homies. So, we just got done talking about the Gozyuger plot, right? From like a comprehensive, like I think, like I want to say Spark Notes from episode 2 all the way up to like the very end, including like the movie. So, alhamdulillah, we did it. A little bit comprehensive, I suppose. Maybe like 20 minutes if we count in like the the intro for this video. But now we talk about the pros and cons, and well, essentially, well, within like the cons is the very much elephant in the room, well, 2 elephants in the room that has plagued Super Sentai. Let's start off with like pros first, because I want to like do pros first because I wanted to do pros last because I want to be, you know, nice to Gozyuger, but maybe we'll like readdress it, you know, things like that. Well, no, let's do this. Let's talk about like the cons. Let's just like get it out there, you know. Let's just get it out there with like Gozyuger, and then we could like highlight some like good things, you know, to make it, you know, why it's like special, you know. So the first elephant in the room, right, that is contained in Gozyuger is the talks that Super Sentai is over. Super Sentai is donezo after Gozyuger, right? This was, you know, coming into the wind via rumors and leaks, which were surfacing around like late October to early like November, that Super Sentai is like dying. Why is that so? It can't be like dying, man. It's like doing kind of like well, you know. Well, actually it is, and that is the reason why that Super Sentai like cancellation eventually became like a reality in early November, that yeah, Super Sentai is done after Gozyuger, and what's going to be replacing Gozyuger is going to be obscure tokusatsu IPs that they got in their bank vault. And one of them that they brought back as part of their like Project Red, as they were like call it, initiative, outside of like Ultraman, because Ultraman is doing its like its own thing, is Space Sheriff Gavin is going to be their next quote-unquote big step to be away from Super Sentai. And the reason why Super Sentai is away is mostly down to like toy merch sales, right? Unfortunately. So we have been seeing like numerous adaptations of Super Sentai shows, right? Right? That have been non-stop. Well, most of them are like bangers, you know, but some of them are okay-ish, you know. I'm not gonna say specifically which ones, but you know, Super Sentai has been steadily like continuing their paths of, you know, making each season a new Sentai team, right? Something like that, right? Something like that, you know. However, that is like the show itself, but that is the show itself. The toy merch or the toy sales are what predominantly determine a Sentai is like doing successfully well, and if a Sentai is like doing successfully well or if it's like flopping. And for the past few years, Sentai has not been doing well financially wise, and hence like Sentai is going to be falling off like the cliff, you know. I have this like great like illustration that I have, which I can like pull up, right? That I can like pull up real quickly. Yeah, it's right here. Oh, it doesn't include like Gotchard all of a sudden. Right? I know there was like a Gotchard photo of it, but yeah, Toku merch sales are very much like dwindling down, you know? My face is like covering sorry, sneezy. My face is covering some of the Reiwa characters. Like behind me are like Saber and Revice and Geats. I know that they had like an uptick around like Gotchard and Gaff, right? But these are like the comprehensive toy sales of of tokusatsu, and once again, this is kind of like the reason that like why they are dying or they are taking a hiatus, tomato, whichever one you want to like, you know, associate the phrases with for Super Sentai. Oh man, I spilled yogurt. Spilled yogurt on my dick. Yeah, like the toy sales have not been doing good, right? The highest point that they have got, well, they have like several peaks, right? The highest one so far is like Hurricaneer or Ninja Storm, with closely like with close to like maybe like 14 or like 13.5. I think like the very highest one is like Kyoryuger with the with all the Zord combinations and the Zyudenchis, right? But Sentai has been like dying, right? They have been falling off, they've been flopping in their toy merch sales, even if some of their shows are like really goated with like the, you know, the sauce. That still doesn't matter because like the toy sales have been hitting like their lows. Like the lowest one is like Time Ranger. Well, by far Time Ranger with like very low yen, like around like 4.7 yen maybe billion yen. But they have been continually like flopping. We don't know the sales of like man, I wish they had like all of like the sales. Can I get like a new one though? Toy sales. Toy sales at the moment. Is there like a visualization picture or things like that? Bandai Namco toy sales. Isn't there one with like I think Gotchard is like fine. Yeah, Gotchard is like fine. Yeah, let me grab like this one though. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's better, right? So it's like continuing up to like King Oger and Boom Boonger. They've been steadily going like downhill, right? Whereas like Kamen Rider, for example, they got like highs with like Ryuki, right, because of like the card like motif, but ever since like Decade, right, they've just been hitting like high marks all around, and like Kamen Rider has got like the toy merch sale on like lockdown. That's mostly down to like the lock and key theory, which I've heard a long time ago in another like in another Discord server, where it all relates to anniversary seasons, right? So what I mean by that is let's say you have like let's say you have like W over here, right? W's like driver gimmick is all about like the USB dongles, the USB drives, and the W drive, the W belt, that is what they're like known for. They transform into Kamen Rider W, right? Very intricate like henshin devices and trinkets, right? That's mostly there for like, you know, its own series, but the Japanese toy developers thought of like a way that, oh, these USB drives why don't we make them accessible? And what I mean by that, to older seasons. Let's make a Gaia memory out of like Decade, Kiva, Den-O, Kabuto, things like that, right? All the way up to like, I think there's like I don't know if there's like a Gaia memory of like Kuga, but they found a way to implement older, you know, Kamen Rider shows / seasons as anniversary henshin trinkets and use them for years to come, and they would still be like usable. This trend continued with O's, with Fours, with Wizard, Gaim, you know. Like the highest peak of this like theory was in Zio with all of like the ride watches and have special sounds and cool ass like monologues to honor and respect older seasons, right? So this is the lock and key theory, which utilizes past seasons to cater to not only young fans who may be interested in older shows, but also older fans that grew up with like OG Kuga and shit like that. And they just capitalized on that theory, and it has been skyrocketing for them. Super Sentai, not so much. They've just been doing their own thing, you know, ever like since. The highest one would be like to validate that theory would be Gokaiger, because Gokaiger has like all of the Gokai Ranger keys that celebrate past Sentai Sentai teams. Zyudenchi maybe for like other reasons, but Gokaiger was the biggest one to appropriate the lock and key theory for tokusatsu toys. There's also like Zenkaiger and Dawn Brothers for using like the Avataro like gears, but they're not as cool, but they're not as, you know, flavorful as Gokaiger though, right? Even though they're anniversary seasons, but probably it's like something else entirely, you know? But once again, the main reason why tokusatsu is ending Super Sentai is because of toy merch, and they have been consistently flopping, like not making enough profit, right, for Japanese shareholders and business execs to turn in, and thus like Super Sentai is dying, which is really like unfortunate. Really unfortunate that like toy sales determined like if a show is like dying or living, you know? And yeah, that's why like Sentai is ending with Gozyuger, because this is like the last straw, and Sentai will be entering a hiatus with Super Space Sheriff Gavin Infinity, you know, carrying the hopes and wishes of Sentai. But a lot of people are doom scrolling and doom posting that Sentai is over, saying like their farewells and stuff like that. I don't think it's over. Much like, you know, the recent like drama that's going on with like, you know, my fighting game ass 2XKO that like undercutting like the staff because they couldn't meet like budget what was it, marks? And a lot of people are saying 2XKO is like dying, even though it's like factually it's not, because it's just undercutting of like staff. Very wrong that those that those select dev people that were working on 2XKO or are working on 2XKO got laid off. Got laid off, but yeah, man, it sucks. Right, so Sentai will come back, but we just don't know when, and so everybody's saying like their farewells and stuff like that. Right? So that's the other reason Super Sentai is dying, right? That's the one elephant in the room that was contained within Gojuger. Now, the other elephant in the room that I made a video talking about this very like lightly, but we're gonna go full like, I don't know if we should be like aggressive, but yeah, it's really much despicable of, you know, how it happened and never got any proper justice, and it's like, fuck Toei. Is the Maya Imamori scandal, right? For everyone that knows, y'all know this, but for those that don't know or who have been, I don't want to be rude, but living under a rock, you know, of like why the change up happened. The Maya Imamori scandal happened at around like late October to early November, around the same time frame as like Super Sentai is ending. Very like badly ironic, you know, but Maya Imamori was the actress for Sumino Ichikawa, for Sumino Ichikawa Goju Unicorn, right? She was the 5th member of Gojuger until news came out of Maya Imamori that she was not going to be the Goju Unicorn anymore. Rather, she was going to be, she got replaced by a voice actor and another Super Sentai character, Kohaku Shida, who played Haruka Ito as Oni's sister from Dawn Brothers. The reason why she got like canceled and immediately like swapped for Goju Unicorn is that rumors have been spreading that she was drinking under a very inappropriate like age. There's some stuff about like deep within like Japan like laws. So Maya Imamori was like 18, 19 years old, right, when she was cast as the role of Goju Unicorn, and the Japanese drinking law was 20, and so she was caught and seen drinking alcohol, things like that, you know, right? Just again, like, you know, to be to describe and explain. And Toei Tokusatsu caught wind of this and immediately fired Goju Unicorn, and the whole Gojuger staff have to deal with this whole like situation, not only just like rapid, hastily casting change-ups, but also plot change-ups, because the original script was going to have Maya Imamori all the way to the end of the show, but because of that shit that happened, it was like we didn't see the original vision, right? But that's just the tip of the iceberg, where Goju Unicorn, yes, she has been caught drinking, but it's like it was not entirely her fault, because there were a lot of like other scandals that were like surrounding her, where she was having an affair with a suit actor who does the stunt coordination with Goju Wolf. And then there was also like rumors spreading about her being like harassed for her nationality in Japan. So all of these things were like, well, Maya Imamori is like half Japanese, half Filipina. But all of these things were like swirling around her, and who was circulating that swirl of like news was like a Japanese tabloid agency called Seiju. Think of them as like the equivalent of like TMZ, right? Shitty ass TMZ that likes to like snoop on, like they're like snooty ass like fucking paparazzi, stuff like that, you know? Right? So all of these things were like swirling around Maya Imamori, which, you know, prompted her to consume alcohol. And because of it was mostly down to like Seiju's fault, right? For being like a scummy tabloid agency. Like, how could this happen to like Maya Imamori? Like, that was like our girl, that was our iconic Goju unicorn, high class and luxury, right? And Goju Unicorn, or Maya Imamori, got kicked to the curb, right? She was like out of Gojuger, replaced by another veteran Sentai actress. She later made an apology of like her actions on Instagram, but once again, it was like none of it was her fault per se. Like all of like the spiraling like media like drove her to the point of like drinking alcohol, you know, and all of like the stuff with the tabloid agents, like all of the stuff with the tabloid agency, and how Japanese like, you know, mindset works for anyone that's like not purely Japanese. Again, well, not again, but I'll say that it's like a whole can of worms getting into like those topics. But yeah, it sucks because Toei, you're supposed to like protect, or Tokusatsu, Super Sentai, you're supposed to protect your agents, you're supposed to protect your actors from all this like kind of like scrutiny, but instead you just like downright kick her ass to the curb, I'm sorry, and just almost, and just even ridiculed her in a later episode. Like this all happened after episode, or on episode 38, right? Episode 38 of Gojuger was a Kumade Mashiro episode about like fashion, right? The original like scenes of episode 38 included Maya Imamori, but when that episode dropped, there were mad, very like deliberate and very easily telling edits that Maya Imamori was supposed to be in that episode, and she was just like gone. She was just gone to the wind, you know? And Kumade Mashiro, I love Kumade Mashiro, but he was dead ass fucking drinking on the fucking show. Like, quote unquote drinking. You see his ass getting drunk by consuming large amounts of honey because he's a honey addict, right? So this man just becomes drunk. That's perfectly okay, but a lot of people that saw that episode, I mean, kids won't know, but it's very ridiculing of Maya Imamori, right? Which is like, that's fucked up. Like, what the fuck, Toei? What the fuck, Super Sentai? It was at that moment where I was seeing like the news and rumors actually like being realized on social media, and once I saw that episode, I was deadass for the first time in my life watching these Super Sentai shows. I'm like, yeah, I kind of don't like Super Sentai anymore. Like, deadass, bro. Like, fuck. This shit is like downright despicable and insulting. Like, what the fuck is this bullshit, bro? And yeah, like, very like disrespectful to Maya Imamori, and thus she's like once again made an apology on Instagram, has, you know, been under the she's not on the radar, but she's been under the radar. She's been like hiding, or I think she like returned back to what was it, the Philippines maybe, or something like that. But a lot of people poured their outcry for Maya Imamori, with, you know, me especially, like, damn, bro, like, how could this happen to like one of our favorite like girls in this year's like Super Sentai? Like, she was charming, she was, you know, adorable, she had like clear motives and motivation, especially for like her character with Sumino. For her to be like, her character got kicked to the curb and we never see her resolution, her character, her dynamic, right? It was even like telling, like in some of like the previous episodes before episode 38, where Rikuo was dealing with all the Rei shit. Bro, she just kept getting like beat up like over and over again. Like, she doesn't get any of her closure. And then after like episode 38, once she got like replaced, like, kudos to Kohaku Shida for putting on like a good performance, but it doesn't justify like what the original actor had to like go through, and what was her story gonna like be like, what was her like satisfying, you know, moment, what's gonna be like her thing. And there was even like an unaired episode 39, which, you know, has her moment in the sun, has her take on the Rio Tega sword, like the big ass like broadsword that they debuted in this show. Like, that now it's like null and void because of like Japan policies. What's the Japan policy, which, you know, some arguments can be made that's like fair, par for course, is that this Power Rangers. Well, it's essentially Power Rangers in Japan, but Power Rangers, Super Sentai are like the equivalent of Bluey or Sesame Street, right? In that like similarity, they are both for kid shows, right? They not only are they like marketed for like kid shows, but they are, you know, monumental for kids, like, you know, moralities growing up, you know? Like, these shows impart on children like good wholesome like values about integrity, being heroic, you know, standing up for what's right, you know, being overall nice people. And Japan has a very, very strict television law that if actor A does some like malicious shit, like drinking on scene, smoking on scene, or just like potentially like offing somebody, their ass is like cut off. Japanese families, specifically parents, take their children's like, you know, entertainment very fucking seriously. And Toei are under the watchful eye of parents, because parents have very much higher say about like these tokusatsu shows, right? Kamen Rider can technically get away with it. You know what's a medium? You know what two mediums that can technically get away with like parental supervision? Anime and manga. They can technically get away with like unless it's like a TV show maybe, where there's some like weird stuff, like changing like blood to like black, if you're thinking about like Naruto or something like that. or maybe like Bleach. You know, yeah, Bleach is a better example of censorship, to some levels. Yeah, like Japan or Toei are, you know, scared of parents that if they see that shit, they will complain to Toei. And why is my kid learning about like drinking, right? Why is my kid learning about all these like cuss words, you know? And so Toei and tokusatsu made like the rash like action of cutting off Maya Imamori, and we never saw her again. I had to, deadass, for example, well, not for example, sorry, it's a story that I had about Gojuger when all of this stuff is like going on is there was this one person I was arguing on like Twitter about the actions that Toei took to cancel and silence Maya Imamori, even though she made like an apology post. I would continuously say like fuck you Toei and fuck you Seiju, but I would mostly consider like fuck you Toei because, you know, they were complicit with that action, you know? It is mostly down to like Seiju's fault, the tabloid and also like the talent agency for not properly protecting Maya Imamori from all of these like illicit behaviors, you know? Oh, sorry, not behaviors. All these illicit events. And the guy that I was like arguing with was like, he kept using words. Well, this is like a trigger word that I have like on Twitch whenever I go live, is that use the phrases I mean over and over again to just sort of like say, yeah, he feels bad, but he doesn't want to like disregard or disrespect Toei because what can they do in like in this situation? Fuck that. You've seen in like IRL, right? Like big like billionaire, trillionaire like companies just like having, you know, their needle and like in the thumb, their thumb in the needle, yeah, thumb in the needle, saying that like, you know, they have control and action for that situation, and there's no like, you know, powers to fight back or, you know, defend Maya Imamori, so they just like cancel her. Like, I still put like Toei like under the bus because like, dude, you didn't like carefully like think about like, you know, what to do. You just execute like her ass essentially. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, why do that? You know, there could have been a lot more calmer like paths that y'all could have like took if you took the time to do it, but no, they had to run a seasonal show, right, for kids, and on top of that, Super Sentai is over, so they gotta finish like, you know, doing their closing buyouts or sellouts, right, if sellouts is the appropriate word, and that's just like, bro, man, fuck Super Sentai. Well, fuck Super Sentai. I mean, Super Sentai has some bangers, you know? But there was no level of, like, protection and agency for Maya Imamori. She just got unfairly, unjustly kicked to the curb. I had this whole argument with this person, and he was just, like, a fucking idiot. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's Twitter, right? There are loads of, like, weird, creepy assholes on like Twitter that either like gush about Maya Imamori for being a cute kawaii like little girl to the point of like very dirty thought reasons, or the fact that like she's like she's like in a weird like what was it, in a weird rumor or like thought process, half Filipina, and so Japan has like a strong like, well, this is too deep, xenophobic stance on like, you know, on like anyone that's not purely like Japanese, you know, like there's like even an instance where Gokai Pink from Gokaiger, right, Ahim de Famille, right? We didn't know she was Filipina until she later came out after the show was like over. Some years like after, she came out as like, you know, Filipina. Because like, imagine the scrutiny that she got being like Filipina, you know, like back in the day. Like it would be kind of like a mirror of what we would have like seen with Gojuger back then. You know? So it sucks that it became like that way, right? So those are like the two like big elephant like in the rooms, you know, for Gojuger. And that's like kind of like why I give Gojuger the closing Sentai a 7 out of 10. Like it's good because the pros for Gojuger is that it is very charming. It is very cool, right? Like all of the fighting game elements, all of like the battle royale aspect, the fighting game aspects, you know, like the character dynamics and their resolutions, Hoeru growing as like a character, my boy Fire Candle being the most absolute goddamn G there is, bro. Like Gojuger having Fire Candle steals the fucking show. Fire Candle steals the show, man. Like the fuck, bro. How is that possible? That this bitch, like a comical fucking villain having serious fucking potential, you know? Like, what the fuck? So it has all of like these elements that make number 1 Sentai Gojuger fucking charming as hell, and it just fuels my fighting game. It just fuels my fighting game itch. Harada, Katsuhiro Harada, right, quote tweeted the first episode of number 1 Sentai Gojuger as like a 10-hit string from his own game, former own game, Tekken. You know? Definitely a lot of like fighting game accoutrements in there. You know? Outside of like some other issues that I've like heard about like AI usage, which is like, ugh. AI usage? I did not see any of that. I might have to like look again carefully. I also like their morphers. I also like how it's like rock, paper, scissors. I like the collection aspect of like the rings and stuff like that. I like the utilization of like their powers and like other things. Like, damn, this Sentai was good, but it became sour because of those things. It's like, again, because of those two, it became like a 7 out of 10 for me, right? It's like, damn, this is how Sentai is ending. Like, put it in like in that perspective. This is how Sentai is ending, with one of the controversial like Sentais to ever like come out because of the scandals that like it happened, right? Back to like Maya Imamori, there's more than plenty scandals in Super Sentai like history. Super Sentai scandals, like if I just like type in, like if they're just like others, right? Like, I know, like, Power Ranger scandals, but Kamen Rider, Super Sentai scandals, I do not know of, bro. Right? I'll have to, like, research, and I think I had, like, a photo of this, bro, but, like, where was that? Hold on. I think I have like a photo of this like in Tokusatsu HQ or something like that, you know? Where is that? Oh, I did have the photo of Gottfried, son of a bitch. Where was it? Fuck, man, I don't know where it is, dog. I'm like, fuck me. Shit, bro. I had like this photo of like some other like Super Sentai scandals. I can't like find it. Oh, there's AI. I mean, okay, sure. Let's take a look into that. Yeah, let's look at like Reddit over here. Like any any other stuff. Let's see. One of the Gal Rangers touched a suit actress on stage inappropriately and immediately got reprimanded by Gal Red. Oh, jeez and rice. Battle Japan was in the news a few years back for legal troubles. He got into real estate. There were some issues regarding him allegedly forcing someone to steal into selling him a building that was a landmark. Oh, jeez. Volpander actor got convicted for assaulting a high school girl in 2013. Oh, jeez and rice. Tsurugi Watanabe, Tusk, Zuyo, Elephant was involved in a biking accident where he left the scene for 20 minutes, dropped by his management. Neither Toei nor Tsurugi released a statement. Yeah. The original Key Ranger actor... Oh... couldn't, like, work anymore. Oh, and the infamous one. Gokai Silver extorted an assload of yen out of an elderly man by posing as a police officer and has shown zero remorse from it. All of, like, these things, right, like... There are other extreme acts that these Sentai characters have done, but Toei is like ready to dismiss Maya Imomori right off the fucking bat. But these guys can technically get away with it? Well, they did, like, you know, get caught or some shit like that, right? But Maya Imomori was just caught up in all that stuff. She was feeling like so much pressure. Again, like the spiraling cycle of news and rumors affected her mentality, like, which forced her to, like, you know, drink. It's not her issue at all, but it's, you know. And Toei is still doing that shit, you know? Like, hiring technically underage actresses to play like these like mature roles. Gavin? Bro, like, what was it? Gavin Luminos is like, they're like 17 and 15 respectively, dog. Like, what the fuck? This is all from like, oh, Junya Ikeda, Gal Ranger. Rika Sato Gosager got involved with the Yakuza and drugs shortly after the show was ended, which led to her removal from the agency's website. Wow. So yeah, there are a lot of other scandals. Oh, there are a lot of other scandals that that were in oh Allah, man, that were in Super Sentai, right? But it's unfair to Maya that she got like canned like that. You know? And that is what's marking like the end of Super Sentai is that shit. that's what Gojuger is going to be like known for. Hey, you know that show about rings? Oh, the one where, you know, our cute girl Maya Imamori got canned, right? And Toei didn't say anything. Seiju like getting away with their actions and shit like that. So fucked up. Super fucked up, you know? But once again, it does have like its charming points of what the shit they were doing. They were like, you know, selling. Like this shit was really cool, you know? Like like fighting game like inspired battle royale of like rings, and you get to like interact with other universe warriors that are wearing like these rings. Stuff like that. And it was an anniversary season, so you would see like previous like Sentai or even like Kamen Rider actors playing roles to be in this like Sentai, you know? And that shit is like gone now. Oh well, that shit has like, you know, little to no effects now in terms of like, you know, how engaging they are. It's like, man. Well, then again, I'm feeling like high up there because of like my feelings of what was circulating around Gojuger, but it was fun to like watch. It was fun to like watch all the way up to like, you know, the end. Even Kohaku Shide did like a really good job like portraying like trying to like, you know, adjust to the role of Sumino Ichikawa, but it was at the late game of Gojuger, and at the very late game she got like little to no character like development. There was no like closure for her. She was just like a pretty face, and at most times she was even like green screened, not even like with the crew. She didn't even like interact with like, you know, the rest of the Gojuger. She was just, you know, on a set, right? She was just on a set, not with like everybody. So it's just so rough, man. Like, what the fuck, Super Sentai, you know? So I give like Gojuger like a 7 out of 10, you know? I give Gojuger a 7 out of 10 because, yeah, all the shit that was like going around for this like season, it just like angers me. Even though it has some really cool, charming things that they use, but it just was like, well, all over the place, I feel. It was just not that consistent. The best part about like Gojuger was definitely Fire Candle. Fire Candle definitely sold that series for me, for being like, you know, a hokey like kooky villain but has like serious like, you know, arcs. God damn, Fire Candle's awesome. But yeah, like that's Gojuger, man. It freaking like sucks, bro. You know, I was looking through my tokusatsu channel on my server, and I think it was like T-Pori that had like a an image. Yeah, I got a like save image. Yeah, I don't know if we can do this today because like of the review. There's so much like sneezing that I did. Like, how did I come back sneezing? Like, bro, what the hell? I'm not gonna say the video is ruined, but like, damn, man, how did I come back sneezing? I thought I was out of it. Ay Allah. Ah, man. Oh, itchy. My mustache was itchy, Chad. Actually, you know, let's do that, right? Let me just like open up, that's gonna take a long time of like just like editing, well, not editing, but just grabbing like photos here and there, you know? Good old lovely Photoshop. Ah, man. Let's see, what was it? Save pictures? Did I save it somewhere like important? Yeah, I did. Ah, man. Okay. Yeah, I think we could do this, but I gotta make like a Mega Man video though. I already done like my shorts. February is like a short month, just like dead ass like 4 weeks. March is going to be like long 5. May is gonna be like 6. Would we have like time for this? That would involve like taking countless like photos though. It's not like the Talkin thing where I just like prepped everything. Trying to like think if like that is like a good time, if that's how I like want to spend it. And right now I have like a cold or things like that, you know. Yeah, like right now I have a cold, so I don't know. Homies, do you want me to do like a Super Sentai? Or actually I could like do this though, right? Let me just like minimize it, right? Let's do this since we're like on the topic of like Super Sentai, right? Another like talking point. We were just done talking about number 1 Sentai Gozyuger, going through like, you know, the episode, going through the episodes, like the plot stuff from point A to point B, and then we talked about the pros and cons and the 2 elephants in the room of Super Sentai. So it made me think of like Gozyuger being the last season for number 1 Sentai Gozyuger. It marks as the end, quote unquote, for Super Sentai, being the big 5-0, 50-5-0, you know? So let me like just, well, not let me, I want to like divulge, you know, where I got into Super Sentai, right? Just as like a personal story from the Khaiza, right? Like some people may ask, how did you get into Super Sentai? Why are you like so knowledgeable about Super Sentai? You know, conversations like that can happen, right? So let me just like, you know, divulge, right, how I got into like the series, right? So when I was a kid, right, back then, I was super big into Power Rangers. I think like my first time experiencing Power Rangers, my dad got me a VHS copy of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie, right? This was the one where like Tommy was like the White Ranger and all that jazz, you know? I saw how Power Rangers moved in that movie, and I dead ass like, this is like a true story like I was watching it with my friend, with my mom and dad, at my very like old house. Like this is like before where mom and I are currently living at, you know. It was like at an old house, my very first old house that I was like born at, like in somewhere like in Journal Square, you know. I saw the Power Rangers for the first time like morphed or like henshined and doing all these like crazy poses. My body just instinctively like got up from like, you know, the bed I was like watching like from, and I was like posing like this shit was awesome, this shit was cool. And then I looked to the right of like my mom and dad looking at me very like weird, like they had this like, what's the meme of like, you know, the Muppet bitch, you know, just like side eyeing you or something like that. Like that's like what happened to me, dog. Like that's what happened to me, right? Like that's how I got into like excuse me, sorry. Ooh, Pyro is life. Nice. Frog Squad. What the fuck is Frog Squad? That's how I got into like Super Sentai, is like from the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie. I think a little bit like earlier though, right? I did watch like the Day of the Dumpster, but I didn't think much of it. But I think that was like a canon event, right? Not like the first event, but like the canon event where I witnessed Power Rangers for the first time, and I was like, yo, damn, this shit is awesome. And then I became a super avid Power Rangers fan ever since. I stuck with the series like through and through, from the Fox Kids era to the Disney Gen X era to even like the Nickelodeon era, right, with all of their fuck all shit. And speaking of, right, when I got into the Nickelodeon era, I was like a little bit weirded out, because it was like, okay, Shinkenger or Samurai was really cool, just a Americanized take on the original adaptation of Shinkenger, which is all about, you know, Japanese kanji and origami and samurai bushido ideologies, you know. Oh, itchy. Ow. Itchy, man. I didn't pay no mind to like samurai, because it was like, yeah, samurai was like really cool. But then I got into like Mega Force, and surprisingly I didn't pay no mind to that either, because it was on Nickelodeon. But the show quality was super ass. I stuck with like Power Rangers in the Nickelodeon era up to the Ninja Steel. That's how far I got up to, which is Ninja Steel. I think it was like in the middle or in the end of their first like core, like COUR, core, like in animes, right? I was like, nope, I'm done. I was just super like appalled and disgusted by Power Rangers, right? At that point in like in the Nickelodeon era, or in the Nickelodeon like Neo Saban era. And in the Neo Saban era, man, I'm eating things because like this cough, this cold, man. I need water, bro. Whatever, I'll like finish like the talk. Fuck, I forgot. Oh, yeah, that's right. I stopped at Ninja Steel because like the quality of the shows were really fucking ass. Like they were just regurgitating, you know, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers to a fucking T. Like, even to, like, Samurai. Like, Samurai had its own unique identity for being, you know, Bushido ideologies and, you know, kanji and, what was it, all those stuff. But the music choices felt not original. They just felt like whitewashed fucking Mighty Morphin soundtracks. It continued all the way until, like, some of even, like, the later seasons, like, like Beast Morphers and Dino Fury and Cosmic Fury, right? Which, you know, Cosmic Fury was a weird one because it was Hasbro originally said that they were going to use like original suits, original power-ups, but they kept the Zords intact and the villains intact, except for maybe like Lord Zed, you know? But nothing about it screamed like original, and it was just the same goddamn mess that the Dino Fury or like, you know, the symptom of these Neo Saban eras like really like had. It's just no substance, no soul, just relying on the 1990 like show Hat Trick and just regurgitate that in other shows. Like, I was sick of Power Rangers, right? I was sick of Power Rangers and the quality that it was going like downhill. And when Ninja Steel first ended its first season, that's when I was like, okay, you know what? Let me just watch like a Super Sentai show. Let me start with something that's like, you know, currently going on. And that show was Q Ranger, which was like the 9 Rangers, right? I have not seen like a Super Sentai at that point in time. I've not seen a Super Sentai show in my life. In my fucking life, I've never seen like a Super Sentai show. What the hell is this? Like, you know, there's like Power Rangers in Japan? Yo, that's kind of fire though. And then I saw Q Ranger and it's like, this is some dope shit, right? Like, it's hokey, it's cheesy as much as like, you know, Power Rangers is, right? That's also the level of cheese, but at least I wasn't bored to tears. At least I wasn't cringing or gouging my eyes out watching Q Ranger. I was actually like entertained with what's like going on, you know? With Q Ranger, like, you know, the story of Stinger and what was it? Lucky's like family lineage getting like that, you know, boss ass like power up, and what else was there? Tsurugi being like the Space Buster whole soldier. Like, I love the things that Super Sentai was giving to me, was showing to me, that it made Power Rangers just fucking like, you know, I never want to watch this piece of shit ever again. I never want to watch this piece of shit ever again. And from that point on, I started going backwards and started watching older Sentais while still keeping up with like some of like the newer ones, you know? I've watched Gokaiger, I've watched Go Busters, I've watched Goseiger, I've watched all of the Sentais, right, of like my own discretion, all the way up to like, let's say like currently Gozyuger, all the way back to Aba Ranger. I got like bored out of like Hurricaneger, you know, but I want to like go back and watch it again. I know there's like episodes airing of older Sentai in tokusatsu, like Time Ranger, Gao Ranger, things like that. There's even like, I saw like episodes of like Mega Ranger. I think I saw mostly Mega Ranger, right, which is cool. But yeah, like, I was just going down like a pleasant rabbit hole, you know, if I want to call it that, of watching Super Sentai shows and just having a blast watching like those shows in comparison to like Sentai, you know? I found much more enjoyment in those shows than what I have been watching with like the sleazebag like corporate capitalist like fucking shows that Neo Saban and Power Rangers have been doing. Like it's so like again, they have no fucking soul, man. Like what the hell? Bro. And then concurrently, right, I was just watching Super Sentai, and then I dipped into Kamen Rider, which became like my number one, not my number one thing, no pun intended, to Gojuger, but it became like second best thing. You know, I collect drivers, I collect like toys and stuff like that, you know, of Kamen Rider and Super Sentai, because they're so much cooler than what I got with Power Rangers. Sorry that I'm like, you know, deeply like, you know, attacking Power Rangers, but I'm only attacking how Power Rangers has become, right, with the Neo Saban era and its eventual like closure, departure from Hasbro, because Hasbro decided to like, yo, let's sell off all our merch, let's sell off the props, you know. They're gonna be making like, I think I heard Boom Studios is going to be making more Power Rangers comics, which is one of the few saving graces of Power Rangers, is like the comic book universe of Power Rangers. Even though it's like Mighty Morphin, but yo, they go ham with like, you know, their comic book series, like the Lord Draken universe and like Shattered Grid. There's even like a TMNT crossover, right, which they done a long time ago, like in space for like gag hype material, but they go ham on that shit, you know. I don't mind. I love older Power Rangers, like not Mighty Morphin, because Mighty Morphin ages like milk, right? Like it's definitely like a show of the time, you know. But I dug the hell out of like the Fox Kids like era of Power Rangers, like from In Space all the way up to the end of the Disney Jetix Power Rangers, which was Go Onger, right? I loved the shows that they were doing because it was not relying on Power Rangers, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers a lot of the time, even though In Space was in the continuity of the Morphin Grid, the Zordon era, but In Space was the end of that Zordon era all the way up to like the last episode. And then the next show, next season, what do we got? Lost Galaxy. And even though they had like Alpha, which is something that is like, you know, gotta keep up with like Power Rangers, like Memorabilia, but Lost Galaxy was its own thing. The Quasar Sabers and Trakeeta and Scorpita, you know, like after like at Lost Galaxy and onward, right, Power Rangers just continue to like go into their own universes, right, not relying on MMPR, and I love them. Like they make them stand out on their own, you know. Some of like my favorite Power Rangers are from the ones that are not affiliated, associated, or even, you know, are influenced by Mighty Morphin, you know. Well, I mean, every Power Ranger has been influenced by MMPR because that's the one that started it all in the US, but it's not like directly like influence, you know? Like let's say like Power Rangers, well, I guess like Dino Thunder to like one exception, because Tommy Oliver is like a high school teacher, right? But fucking like SPD, Jack Landers is not like Tommy Oliver's like great grandkid or some shit like that, or has like the DNA of like Zordon or some shit, you know. Like it doesn't go like that much, you know. It's not influenced like that bit like at all, you know. It's like their own thing. Yeah, so I love like the older like Power Rangers, and I wish like the Neo Saban eras had like that flair, that element, but no, it's just like whatever they were cooking and sniffing in the Nickelodeon era, the Neo Saban era, is like what made Power Rangers really profitable. What really was quote unquote popping was the 90s shit. And they thought it worked because like in that era, like nostalgia was like really like big, like it was in its infancy and everybody really liked like the old times. So they thought, hey, let's bring in Power Rangers, you know? Nah, it did not work. It was just cheap. It was, you know, like no identity, no soul. Like like that shit was, you know, extremely, like, I'll use my mod's phrasing for this. It was gay, bro. It was fucking gay. Which you know, ironically, you know, Power Rangers became more LGBTQ plus, which is, you know, that's a good saving grace. Like that continued to like, you know, the Neo Saban era, right? I think that was like Billy's like wish, or what was it? David Yost, right? He's like back in the day, like this is like old Power Rangers. This is like, you know, Power Rangers like drama. David Yost was like, you know, he's a LGBTQ plus, but he had to hide the fact because of his like, you know, work environment and the year. It was only like conspiracy theory now. After like Jason David Frank passed away, rest in peace, the GOAT. Show got progressively more into like, you know, LGBTQ plus. Yeah, and you could like openly have like what was it? You know, boyfriend or girlfriend open love relationships. You know, that's like a good thing. That's like a good thing. Like anybody could be like a Power Ranger and you could like love whoever like you want. Doesn't matter. Like as long as you stand by good and all things that's like, you know, upholding and, you know, justice sort of thing. Yeah, you can be like a Power Ranger. And all of a sudden some like, you know, you could already imagine some fucking commenters like saying, what? No. Idiots. But yeah, that's how I got into Sentai, was like my spiteful like relationship hatred with what's going on with like what was going on with Power Rangers at the time, and I switched like gears. And now Sentai is like coming to an end. So it's like I think it's also like Power Rangers coming to an end. It's not just like toy sales, but it's also like, you know, the same guy at Hasbro that doomed and ended Power Rangers is also the same guy that doomed and ended Super Sentai. Capitalist ventures fuck who's running like Hasbro right currently is making the shots and decided like, hey, let's sell off the series. Fuck. But yeah, that's how I got into like Super Sentai. Alright, Alright, so I have like this like photo right here. It's very like low res. It's like the, what was it? My Paya T-Puri sent me long time ago about you and the Super Sentai. I think I'll probably save this for like next time, right? I'll save this for like next time because I have like video editing work that I have to like, you know, do and prepare for like the weeks ahead. Yeah, T-Puri sent me like this thing about you for Super Sentai, where you have like favorite series, you like but people dislike, series you dislike but some people like, the favorite battleizer opening, all these like stuff. And this will take like a lot of work of just like gathering material, but I do have like ideas in my head, but it will still be like time consuming, you know? I mean, we could do it, but the problem is, like, I want to, like, sleep early. It's already, like, 10:18. I mean, we could squeeze in. We could squeeze in, but I don't know. I don't know if we, like, want to do that, though. Favorite Rangers is a weapon. So this is all like Super Sentai. I can't include like Power Rangers, right? I mean, we could do this, right? I'm thinking about it now, like, the only problem is like collecting material. I'll have to like make like a folder about it. Yeah, I'll have to like make a folder around like over here and make a new folder that's like what was it? About me. Super Sentai? Yeah. This is strictly Super Sentai, so no Power Rangers. No Power Rangers influence. Yeah, I guess we could like do this, right? Yeah, let's do it, chat. Yeah, let's do this shit. Okay, so... So, God, I feel like I've been like saying this like, you know, about 2 to 3, like, or at least like a couple of times. I think like my marker would be like at 12. So we were just like talking about Super Sentai, right? Talk about Gozyuger. We finished a whole bunch of like material that I got to like work on, right? I got to like work on, but I did also divulge and like talk about like Sentai, but I want to like do this, and this was like a stored away like closet thing long time ago, and it's that one of my boys, Team Pori, on stream, tpori29_, sent me this long time ago about it's like a character chart or a personality chart about yourself. Basically, that's like kind of what it is about you, Super Sentai, and all these like blank holes. I bet I could just like what was it? Lower this down now. Yeah, that's better. About your favorite things in Super Sentai. Favorite series, favorite teams, favorite movie, favorite episode, favorite leader, all the way up to like favorite ranger weapons. So Sentai is like coming to an end, right? I was originally like hesitant to like, you know, not do this because of like the time allotted to me, but let's like, you know, do this, right? Let's just like grab like material about favorite Super Sentai and like post them like over here, you know? Yeah, let's do that, chat. Right? We did a couple of like these before. I think we did like one on stream, and that was like the Avatar roster predictions. Avatar fighting game roster predictions. Let's do it here, right? Let's start with like favorite like series. And then I'm gonna go for like what was it? Super Sentai Wiki. Oh man. Favorite like series, right? I have like a multitude of ones, but I guess what would be like a favorite series? I don't want to go for something like basic, like Gokaiger, because that would be like everybody's favorite series, you know? Gotta be something that's like unique to me. I guess I like, yeah, I guess I like this one. We could also copy and paste it. Yeah, that makes it a lot easier. King Oger would be like one of my favorite series. It's a tie between like Dawn Brothers and it's a tie between Dawn Brothers and Gokaiger and what was it? King Oger? And there's also like Tokuger that's also like there, but I want to say like my favorite series, right, that I remember like so fondly, you know, is King Oger, right? I watched that series like 2 times like recently, but I just always have like a blast just like watching it. You know, I love like the characters, I love like, you know, the universe, right? Even like their crossover episode, you know, that shit was awesome. That shit was awesome though. I mean, like Dawn Brothers is like cool, but I'm like thinking about it now, you know, like wow, Dawn Brothers is kind of like lit, but it does get like weird and crazy though. It's not very concise. It's a Toshiki Inoue type of like craft, like it doesn't follow like a linear pace. King Oger was definitely like that for me. Favorite like team, I think I know what my favorite team is, and I think that's like what was it, an obvious fucking answer. Yeah. Favorite Rager team is Gokaiger. It's like a scum answer, I will admit it. It is a very like scummy ass scum answer to it, because it's like everybody's favorite series, show, whatever, right? Is like Gokaiger. Oh man, I wish I could put down like Gaim though. What's up, James? I wish I could put down Gaim, but this is not Kamen Rider though. This is Super Sentai, so I would love to do like a rating of Gaim, but we haven't got to that point yet. What is this? Why is there a second layer? Get the fuck out of here. Thank you. Alright, good. Yeah, I wish I could do like a Gaim, but nah, this is Super Sentai, so I gotta categorize like things like this in this specific like topic. Favorite like movie? Oh, I closed the Super Sentai wiki, son of a bitch. Goddamn, my cold kicking up a storm. What would be like my favorite movie though? From any like Super Sentai. There's also favorite crossover team up, but that would also be considered like a movie. What's like a good like standalone movie though? Trying to like remember. Oh, there you go. Trying to like remember and see what they got going, what they got like going on. Do I remember like the Tokuger movie? No. The Gokaiger movie was like, you know, their own thing, and they had like a crossover with like Gavin, but that's like technically a crossover movie. It's not really like, or it could be like the problem with like their movies is like they're 1 hour specials for Super Sentai. They're not really considered like movies per se. If you want like a legit like movie, it's like Kamen Rider is where it's at. Kyoryuger. Well, I need more demons. Oh, how's the OG Shin Megami Tensei treating you, James? Just shooting things to death. Oh wow, nerf bullets? So you just auto battle. That's funny. Oh, I think it was this one. Yeah. I'm too good at finding cheese. Yeah, that's my boy James. It's like all the years that I've known him, he'll just like find something that's like the abusable like strat and we'll just like ride with it. You know, like I remember when we were playing like Elden Ring together. Well, sometimes like together, but he would like also tell me about like his strats for like Elden Ring per se. Wizards are like the best. Wizards are OP because you could just like zone back and don't have to worry about learning enemy patterns, about like parrying or things like that, right? Wizard like magic is really like OP in FromSoft games. Okay, I found like the movie. There you go. Yeah, that was it. The Kyoryuger Gaburinchu of music? Yeah, this is the one where it had like the idol like in this movie, but it also had like the like your not Psycho Ranger. Like what was it called? Death Ryuger? Cool ass name. His like Megazord is like a Spinosaurus. Really sick movie. I dug it. Favorite episode? Oh, that's a tough one. Now that's going in the nitty-gritty parts. Favorite episode of Super Sentai? Favorite episode. Damn, what would be like a good... Damn, what's like a good episode from Super Sentai that I remember like fondly though? I don't want to include Gokaiger because I'm setting that rule upon myself. No Gokaiger shit unless it's like maybe like one or two. One is already filled out, maybe like another, but no. Oh, I think it was Ryu Soldier, like the ending episode. Yeah, let me put that there, right? Yeah, this episode was like fire, right? It's an ending episode, so it gets like that little scummery answer, but I love the fact of Ryu Soldier is like all the main villains are like done except for one, which is like the final like boss, which is the final boss. The Red Ranger like dies right in front of like, you know, the gang, and the gang like, you know, has this like, you know, final resolve to kill the final boss, right? End this once and for all. And the theme plays like, bro, I posted that shit, like I was like quote tweeting somebody like, what's your favorite scene in a Super Sentai show? I think it was that. You know, I love that. Favorite leader. Favorite leader in a Super Sentai Kamen Rider. Well, this would be... Well, this would be kind of like scum it out, right? I'll have like a Gokaiger, what was it? I'll have a Gokaiger exception, right? Favorite like leader. Thank you. Nope. Damn it. Captain Marvelous. I love this bitch though. Right, this is like the G right here. He is like a pirate captain though, but the fact that he has like so much fucking swagger, right? He is the captain of the Gokaiger Pirates, right? Even though he's like very erratic, he's very like you know, show-offy, but that's like his charm, is that he's a pirate captain that like takes care of his crew. You know? Right, I definitely love Captain Marvelous. There was like some mentions that I had like in my head, but Captain Marvelous is definitely like up there. Favorite power-up. Ooh, okay. So, in terms of like favorite power-up, what is like a good one that I like think of, you know? I was thinking of like King Oger's like what was it? The gold form, but it's like gold, like Dawn Brother, like when I think of like the previous season, like Dawn Brothers, they also had like a gold form, so it's not like that crazy hot. One of my thoughts was like Ryu Soldier, right? Which is like Ryu Soul Max form for Ko, but I don't know. Gozyuger with the Wild Akatsuki form, but no. Nah, I don't think so. Boom Boonger 119. Favorite, I guess, like the jackets when they go into like, you know, champion Boom Boom form. But no. I think I'll go with this one. Right? Which is let me just like grab the pic real quick. Or maybe not Zyuohger. No. Go Busters, Go Kaiger. It has to like really be iconic and unique, you know? Can't just like plaster gold and let that be that, you know? Tokusatsu. They got like the gold train on their shoulders, no? Ninja. Oh, like a few. No, only like one power up, and that's like universal. It's not like iconic, right? I guess yeah. Like, let's go with like Boom Booncher, because I just realized there's favorite battleizer, and that's a whole different category. So we'll have to like use we'll have to use like a power-up that definitely incorporates like a team aspect of power-up. That's where I'm thinking. Yeah, I think it was this one. Yeah, let me put that there. Yup. These sons of bitches, the fucking jackets. At first I saw these like jackets, I'm like, what the fuck are like doing, or these like varsity fucking jackets like doing here? These like winter ass jackets, but no, they're actually the most banger fucking things there ever was. Like, Sentai has always done like, you know, metallic or like, you know, armor like uniforms and stuff like that. You never see like something as low barrel as jackets before, but yo, Boom Boomger got it fucking nice with those jackets, man. When you get the champion form and then these idiots swag on like their jackets, like, oh yeah. And each like button on the jacket is like a specific like power up, like, oh bro, yeah, that's like my favorite power up. I think about it a little bit more and more, and like, oh yeah, yup, that's what I think of, bro. That's what I think of, baby. Favorite monster. I have a soft spot for Fire Candle, but there's like, I was gonna think of like Michael Jackson in Super Sentai. If you know, you know. But I think it's more of like a comedic aspect about Michael Jackson rather than like, you know, favorite like monster overall, you know? Favorite main villain. Oh no. Okay, so it is monster. Oh bro, there's so many like monsters. Never mind. Fuck. What's like a good monster in fucking Super Sentai, dogs? Like, goddamn. I guess like I'll just pick like a no one, right? I guess I'll just pick a no one. I think the one that like got me to like really like laugh out loud was yeah. Looking at it again. I'm looking at this shit again. Oh my god, I look at this shit again. I showed this to like James, right? Just like casual like watching. Yeah, this bitch. The fucker no one that looks like a Saudi Arabian like chief. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. The money no one. This bitch looks like fucking a Saudi Arabian man mixed with like a fucking turban. Mega moolah. Oh god. Oh god, that's so funny. I still laugh at this to this day. Like, yo, my boy, what's going on with Super Sentai, dog? What's with this cultural bullshit over here, huh? Huh? I'm gonna have to like crop this. I'll have to like crop this shit. Oh, cheese and rice, man. That guy was super fucking funny. As soon as I first saw that shit, I was like, yo, what the fuck is this? Yeah, the money no one. That's like my favorite monster. Like, just unapologetically like Saudi Arabian. Someone from like Dubai or some shit. And even the episode they go to Dubai. Favorite mentor. Who's the favorite like mentor in in Super Sentai? Mentor, father figure, things like that. Oh, Kyoryuger. This is like 2 for 2. Yeah, the bird fucker. Yeah, that bitch. Yeah, I love this guy. He was definitely cool. Yeah, wise bird Torin. Yeah, he was cool. I liked him. Wisebird Torin. Yeah, he was really cool. And then he later becomes like a Power Ranger. Or sorry, a Super Sentai member. He becomes a Kyoryuger. Torinity Straito! Yes! Right? So he's cool. Series you like, but people dislike it. Oh, I got an answer for that one. Yeah, I got an answer for that one. Is this one, Lupot. I don't understand what's people's like problems with Lupot. I thought it was like really cool, the cops and robbers aspect of Lupot, but I saw a lot of people didn't like this show, right? Which is like very like weird. I don't know why you don't like this. I guess maybe like it was too like, I don't know if I want to use hammy. I'll have to like look that up. But I remember like my faint memory. A lot of people didn't like Lupin Ranger versus Pato Ranger. I liked it. What's a series that I disliked, but everybody else liked? Oh, this one. Excuse me. Kira Major. This one I didn't like. It's like Lupot, where I didn't get what people's like fascination for Kira Major was. Maybe it's like characters or like, you know, the simplicity of it. I was more bothered of Kira Major about like the character specifically. I think it was like Juru Atsuta. Like this like chosen one child that has the ability to draw whatever he like thinks of, but has like, I wanted like an episode where like there was like a tie about his like notebook, like his parents, his lineage, like how did this bitch come to existence, you know? And they just never like addressed that. It was like, it was okay. Overall the show was okay, but not my favorite. Favorite battleizer. Ooh, a lot of like candidates. This could also be like a Sixth Ranger stuff too, but I don't know if Sentai has a lot of like Sixth Ranger battleizers. If we want to talk about Power Rangers battleizers, bro, fucking Shane's power up from Ninja Storm, yo, that's some goated shit, dog. I love that form a lot. Second to that would be like the Red Sentinel Ranger, but no. Wild Akatsuki is like up there. I'm just like going down like the list, you know. I guess it would be like Ryu Soldier. King Oger is like definitely up there, right? The Oger Crown Lance or some shit like that. Founders like Glory. Dawn Brothers is okay, but it's like, you know, it's just a gold thing to it. Like, it doesn't strike me as like, you know, original. Boombunger 119. No. I guess Rear Soldier. Yeah. Koz Reducel Max. Yeah, where's like the upgrade? Which one was that episode? Max Ryuso Change. New Assassin, or which one was it? Yeah, I think it was like 33. New Assassin. They don't have it. I could probably look this up. There you go. Yeah, Max Reducel Red. It's like, the more like I think about like this form is like, yeah, it's a really unique battleizer, because you never see like a claw weapon or things like that outside of like maybe like Geki Ranger, right, with the hyper like boosting or whatever it's called. I know it was called like Jungle Master Mode in the American version. But it was like, it came after like the death of his like friend Nada, after, what was it, Gaisolg, you know, died by like an assassin, you know, so it has more meaning, it has more weight to it. A favorite like opening? Oof, man, okay. Yeah, I would say Dawn Brothers. I'll just put like the logo here because, you know, it's totally fine. Oops. Favorite opening would be Dawn Brothers, right? A lot of like the voice actors give it like their oomph to it, you know, but Dawn Brothers is like, opening is like relatively like soft, you know, like it's like it doesn't have like high pitch or anything like that. Like it just feels like it's unique compared to like some of the other openings that we know of for Super Sentai. Favorite main villain? Are we talking like main villain, or there could be like other like what was it, side villains that could be considered like main, you know? Because I want to say Fire Candle, though. I love Fire Candle, but I think like, what was it? Shinkenger got like the baddest motherfucker there is, right? Is literally like a skeleton samurai, you know, some shit like that. Who was it? Fuwa Juzo, right? He was so fucking cool. But Fire Candle is like definitely like up there. Oh well, Gaisolg is up there, but it's kind of like weird because like Gaisolg is from Ryu Soldier is like a floating like apparition, like possesses people, right? It's like a living like armor, you know? It's not like, you know, a whole person like Fuwa Juzo is or Fire Candle is, you know? Like it just inhabits souls. Nada was like a villain because it was under the influence of the Gaisolg armor, but it was not really, you know? I think my favorite main villain. Well, no. Oh yeah, I mean, okay, I'll cheat myself with Gokaiger. Yeah, where's that bitch? Yeah, where's that asshole? Hold on. Yeah, the fucking anti-pirate, right, of Gokaiger. Do. Others, hold on, I gotta like find his ass. Yeah, there he is. Yup. I'll cheat myself. I'll go against my word. I'm sorry, chat, but this guy was so, like, memorable. Bosco de Jalokia? If that's like how his full name's pronounced? Or said? I love, like, Bosco, right? He was just like this evil pirate that will be willing to like sacrifice anything for like, you know, his own personal greed, right? I love like this bitch, this fur coat, and he gets this like his power up that's even more like powerful than what he already is. And he's the one that introduced like you could summon like rangers from like a fucking like trumpet, you know? You know, like that shit is awesome though. Oh, sorry. This fucking main villain is awesome. I loved him. Complements well with like Captain Marvelous though. I like him. Now, favorite Zords? Ooh, favorite Zords. What would be like favorite Zords? We are not going to include Zyuohger because they're literally just cubes. They are deadass just cubes, bro. Nor am I going to include Tokyuger because they're literally just trains. They're the dumbest looking forms. Senkaiger? No. Umbuncher? No. Gojuger? No. Q-Danger? No, because they're also just like orbs. Favorite Zords? This is just like Zords, not like I'm thinking about like Mega Zords, but like this is like favorite Zords, but I'm not thinking about, I'm like thinking about like Mega Zords, right? What do they all like come to? I have to think about like Zords of them specifically, you know, just by themselves, right? Which one, like, which of the Sentai Zords like stand out to me though? Something that's not dummy plain, but something that's like no, not yet, mommy. Oh yeah, I should put on my tears. Okay. No, not Gosager though. Gosager is cool, but like you literally pull apart like their heads though. It's nothing too crazy. I thought that was like whack. I guess like some of like the oldies, you know, I want to say Maji Ranger. Yeah, let me get like the Zords for let me get like the Zords for Maji Ranger. I love those guys. Right? They're just like, I'll put in like a pic of Maji King though, right? Here, let me get that real quick. Yeah, let's include Maji King. Oops. There you go, Maji King. Alright, let me put this over here, so I gotta like put on my braces, but I'll provide an explanation. Yeah, Maji King is like really dope looking because it's like Maji King is like Maji King is like all about the what was it? All of like the family in Maji Ranger, they're brothers and sisters, but they turn into like mythical creatures, right? And it's not like the generic Zord combinations where like, you know, they become like, you know, one is like an arm, one is like a leg, or things like that, you know, nothing too generic like that. No, they're actual like entities, and they have like different key like Megazord body parts, you know. I love like the Maji Phoenix, Taurus, Mermaid, Garuda. Yeah, those are all fucking dope, man. I love that shit. All right, let me go brush my teeth. I'll continue more of this. Let me go brush my teeth and go like this. Okay, put on my braces, chat. I'm like, oh, bro. Alright. Put on my new trays. Gonna take some time getting used to. As per with every week. Right? Favorite Megazord combination. Favorite Megazord combination would be... Favorite Megazord combination? Oh, Dawn Brothers. Not too much, not too weird like the one that I have like in the back of like my room, but I want to go for I want to go for Dawn Brothers, specifically the Dawn Oni Taijin, or maybe like the Toradora Oni Taijin. Right, I just like that form a lot. Yeah, the Toradora Oni Taijin is like a big like soft spot for me. Because... Oop. Yeah, it's a big soft spot for me because this is like... It's a little bit of like my bias. It is the first official IRL Zord, Sentai Zord, that I've ever like got. Right? Outside of like Power Rangers Megazords, you know? Like, this is the one that I bought with like my own money. I got this from like Amazon, and this will always be like a treasured piece of like my memory, you know? I love like the Oni Taijin. The dual swords, like the unique combination with like the shoulders and like, you know, the wings, you know, things like that. And of course, they're all like, you know, piloting the Zords, but not like piloting. Rather, they are the Zords, you know? So in a way, they're piloting, but not really. Favorite command center? Who's like a favorite like command center? Ah, crap, I did it again. Favorite like command center, that would be like their hub, their area, where they go to like and chill and reconvene and things like that. Not Cafe Donbura or Zenkai Cafe or things like that, no. Soldier had like, what was it? Vacating like a house or something like that. Lupad is like 2 different bases. Q Ranger is like the ship. Zyuoger is like another house. Ninja is like a dojo. I guess King Oger because of its dynamic set pieces. Right, let's go with like the first one, which is... Yeah, this one. Let's use this one, chat. This one, Shugodam. Right, because like King Oger, you know, I love like that series, and how it makes it like so impressive is because of all the dynamic CG sets that it incorporates in the show. Like, entirely most of the show is like, you know, CG incorporated because they want to sell you the fantastical like environments that they got going on in King Oger, from Shugodam to Enkosopa to Gokhan, right, to even like the land in between where Jeremy Braccieri is at. Like, I liked it, bro. I'll just put like the whole map, but you know, Shugodam is like, you know, or like the King's Palace for or Kuwagata Oger's like crib is at, you know? Favorite side villain? Oh man, you know who it is, boys. Y'all know who it is, man. I was gushing about him in the Gozyuger review. I'm putting this bitch in now. Yeah, where's my homie? Where's the Where's the dude? Yeah. Oh, hold on. Hold on, wait a minute. Yeah. I love this bitch. Fire Candle? Yo, that's my boy. That's my G. Right? I love Fire Candle, right? He's just like a homie, bro. Like, I love him. I love his ecstatic faces. I love his power-ups that he gets throughout like the show. I love his resolve and his conflict with Hoeru, right? Things like that. Like, damn, man. This guy is awesome. This guy's awesome, bro. I love Fire Candle. I wanna like, you know, I wanted to like see more of him though. Right? I want there to be like a Fire Candle like special about him where he becomes like a Gozyuger. You know, that would be really sick. Favorite crossover and team up. Okay, so this is gonna be like, you know, Rangers like meeting past Rangers or other like, you know, Rangers or things like that, right? King Oger definitely like gets up there with the Kyoryuger thing because it's like never have you ever seen like a main Sentai that's currently like airing tie in with a what was it, a previous like Sentai to celebrate its like 10-year anniversary, things like that, you know. But no, I don't think so. That would be like an easy scum answer. Not Ghostbusters, not Kyoryuger. What do you mean like a... I haven't seen most of these like crossover episodes. I think I know up to like Gosager, or maybe like up to like Go Unger or something like that. But I don't think so. Oops. Tokuger. Are you Soldier? No. The Boom Boonger and King Oger was cool, but I don't know. I think I only like seen it once. Zyuohger and Gokaiger was cool, but it was nothing but... Oh, there was Zyuohger and Gokaiger. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I forgot about that. Duh. Totally like forgot about that. Dawn Brothers and Zenkaiger? No, I don't think so. King Ultra and Dawn Brothers? No, that's just like weird. Because the final boss was just like that one bitch with the beard though. This one's hard though. This one's kind of hard. Now my brain is thinking of the Operation Overdrive Once a Ranger special. That's the one I remember where it had like different rangers in one like arc. One 2-episode arc. I remember that shit. Gokaiger had like one team up, which is like the Hurricanegers. Zyuohger with Nininger. No. Tokuger. No, I don't think so. Damn, this is hard though. Okay, maybe I'm just like overthinking it. I'll just like think about like the crossover, right? What's a cool ass like crossover team up thing? Because it could be just be like a Kamen Rider affiliated as well, right? That's also another thing. You gotta think about like powering, what was it, Super Sentai like movies. Oh, man, ow. Yeah, this one's like actually like hard. I have to really like think about this. Whew, a lot of brain power, and I'm under the cold weather. It doesn't help. This doesn't help at all. Ouch. Kyoryu. No. I'm thinking like other ones now. Like my mind is going all over the place. Excuse me, sorry. Major. The major had a crossover with Super Soldier. Movie one. I guess it would be the this one. Yeah, let me get this real quick. This is definitely like recent, like showing my age. Yeah, it's this one. the 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 crossover between Boom Boomcher and King Ocher. After like much thought, I thought about it. It's like I think about like the character dynamics and the action scenes too. Like motherfucker rolls in on like a goddamn convertible. Taya handles like a car, you know. So I give it like mad props to it, you know. How often do you see like a car outside of like a Megazord rolling like into battle, you know? Like like that's really sick. Favorite side character? Oh, that's a favorite side character? Okay, let's see. That's not a ranger though. Favorite side character? That's not a ranger, right? Like think about that. Yeah, Gojuger didn't have any, like any. Oh no, they have like side characters, right? But they turn into like Universe Warriors, so they like side character would be like someone who has to be throughout the whole show, not just like a particular one. And who's also not like a Zord too, right? Oh man. I guess maybe Tokucher. Probably for one specific one. Well, I guess like they're both, right? They're both in one. Like fucking like semantics and shit like that. Yeah. The conductor, Tokuger, and his puppet in his hand, Ticket. Again, semantics, because you'll be like saying, oh, that's 2 in 1 because Ticket is his own like person. I'm like, it's like, yeah, sure, but I count them out as like both. Like, I was gonna draw in like a parallel of like, y'all ever know like Jeff Dunham, right? The American ventriloquist comedian. It's not like, you know, Jeff Dunham levels, like he pulls out like Walter or Ahmed or like that one goofy motherfucker with like the purple hair, you know? He has like multiple best friends in his like goddamn like suitcase that he brings out, and they are like, you see them actually as like their own entities, like in the Jeff Dunham like TV specials, right? Whereas like Conductor and Ticket are like, you know, they're always together, they're always hand in hand. Like you definitely see the Conductor's hand up inside Ticket's like cooch and controlling him. Like they're always like together, so they are in a way like the same, of course different like personalities because ventriloquists like shit like that, but it's not like you actually physically see them in one episode where they are apart. Raito takes out Ticket at multiple instances to prove that it's like, hey, it's just a puppet like inside like a hand, right? That's like the joke. But it's not Jeff Dunham levels of like where the puppets can have sentience outside of the puppeteer's hand. You know, at least like on a surface level TV version. Least favorite character. Oh, this is least? Oh man. Who's like my least favorite sidekick in these like in these like Super Sentai shows? who's like who's like my least favorite? I think any of the crew at like Go Busters, right? Like what was it? Their HQ? I forgot like what were they like called? Oh yeah, I'm looking at it right now. EMC, Emergency Management Center. Right, like those fuckers? I thought they were so annoying. Like just like I get it. Ghostbusters are like, you know, this what was it? The secret agent Sentai, things like that. And they have like an operating like commander at like at the behind the scenes, you know? I'll just put like their base. I wish I could get like the photo of all three of those bastards, but I just never found them like charming, you know? Just very like predictable, stale pieces of like white bread, you know? Favorite. What's the difference between 6 Ranger and Extra Ranger? Like, is there like a difference? I did not know. I thought it was always like 6 Ranger. Why is that there? I guess maybe like a distinction? Like who's part of the group, or like, you know, who's like an extra member maybe? You know? Ooh, okay. Rough though. Right, I'll have to like go through like some stuff, you know, like damn, Time Fire is like a really good like 6 Ranger, just very close parallel to like the Eric from Time Force. Gal Silver, I don't know much. Hurricaneer, who is like, oh, the samurai dude, right? Shurikenger. That's right. Yeah, I remember now. Oh, Abare Killer. That's right. Deca Ranger had... Oh yeah, that guy. Fuck. Deca Break. Yeah, there you go. Deca Break. Maji Shine. Vulcan Silver. Geki Ranger had like, what was it? The Rhino Ranger. Yeah, that was it. Geki Rhino. Ooh, favorite 6 Ranger. That would be unfair because Go Ranger had like 2, which is Go on Silver and Go on Gold. Shinkenger had like the samurai dude. Shinken Goldo. But no, I don't think so. Oh, Gosei Knight. That's right, Gosei Knight. But he's like a robot. I guess he would categorize as an extra, maybe. Gokai Silver, no, after knowing about, like, you know, the actor, I don't know. Go Busters, that's like a 2 situation, no. Utsumimaru, no. Part of me wants to put in, Akira from Tokyuger, Tokyu Rokugo. Yeah, it's a very close candidate, right? I'm thinking about him. Zyuocher, no, I remember that bitch, yeah. Q Danger, Space Buster, Whole Soldier, yeah. Noel? No, I don't think of like Noel. Fucking like Kanalo is funny. He's a fucking like undersea prince, but is like a womanizer that wants to like marry somebody. They're like, oh no. It's like the Brock situation from Pokemon. Favorite 6 would be, ooh, fucking Zox Gold Tweaker. I definitely liked him. Just offshoot, like charismatic version of Gokaiger. What was it? Su Kaiser, right? The fucking gold pirate. I liked him. I don't know. Dawn Brothers, no. I liked him originally, but no. I liked Don Murasame. Yeah, that's like an extra candidate, you know? But okay, I got an idea for extra candidate. King Oger was Jeremy, that's right. Jeremy Brasieri. Otto Tamari-san. You know, like, I love his charisma. Sadameo, Sadameo. Right? I love that bitch. And of course, Goju Polar is like up there. The man who was once called Fraud is throwing hands. There's also Sakito. Sakito I liked because it was like a purple ranger, you know? That's cool. I didn't like his gun though. Fuck, man. I guess I'll go with no. Let's go with Goju Polar. Right. No. No, not Goju Polar. Okay. I'm like going back and forth with this shit. You know? Takamichi Cristalli, that's right. We already have like 3 like Gokai-ish things, you know? Like favorite Ranger team, favorite leader, favorite main villain. If we add in like Zox Goldtweaker, that's just another like Gokai-ish thing, you know? So I want to like stay away from that. Even though he's cool, but I'm trying not to like, you know, have as much Gokai bias because I want to be like unique, you know? Yeah, I'll put in like Akira, right? I liked Akira in TokuGer. And he gets like remembered, you know. Sorry. And he gets brought back in a crossover shit with Boom Buncher, right? Totally forgot about that. There you go. Yeah. Akira needs, you know, right? I like this boy. I like this man, right? Lone like Shadowline member, but learns the discovery of being with the kids, the little tykes, right? And discovers like friendship, and it's not always about like, you know, existential like loneliness or some shit like that, you know? Like, I like Akira, you know? I definitely love like this like character, like his like transformation, you know, stuff like that. He's definitely one of my favorites. Extra Ranger would be, yeah. Where's that bitch? Yeah. Don Murasame. Yeah, I like Don Murasame when he like came out, and I definitely dug like the appeal of him. Like he was just this little boy. He doesn't have like a transformation per se, but it's weird because Dawn Brothers was just like all over the place. There was no like linear narration or narrative. It was just like telling like these different like stories, while there was this like lore about the other like technically like virtual world, of like, you know, Oni and stuff like that, and some crazy shit. It's been a long time. But Dawn Brothers introduced like Don Murasame being like this, like, you know, assassin type of like character, but then later discovers like humanity, doesn't have to follow his like mom's orders a lot of the time, and is living like his life in his own accord. Even has like a special bond with like what was it, Don Don Toramoto, Jin, I forgot his name, and the dragon tiger fucker, you know. Right, that was gonna like lead somewhere, but eventually I feel like it didn't, because it was focusing so many like other things. But I definitely dug Don Murasame, and he gets like a, what was it, power up in like in a future version with like just more tattoos and decals to him. But I liked him. I just wish he had more time to like develop, you know, maybe like in a special somewhere or something like that. Favorite morphers? Oh, I got one. This is like just easy for me. This is just like easy for me. Yeah, where is that one? Yeah. I like the shit out of this weapon. I still play with this to this morpher. I still play with it to this day. To this day. Yeah, the Oger caliber, right? I love this weapon, right? It's just a kit bash. It's just like a rehash, of the Kamen Rider Saber Sword from years like before. But I like this weapon. It's like a sword of like King Seal approval type shit. And the functionality, it's like it's a bop it sword. You know, like bop it, twist it, that shit. Yeah. Yeah, I liked the the Oger caliber, right? It was really cool. It was really funky. I liked it. Now, favorite Ranger's weapon. Oh, that's tough. Favorite Ranger's weapon? What would classify as a favorite Ranger's weapon? That's not like a morpher of any kind. Man. Oh man. Oh. Favorite Ranger's weapon. No. No, not that one. I was thinking like Shinkencher, but I don't think so. Time Ranger I remember fondly, but that was because of like nostalgia. Gal Ranger had like the weapons. No. I guess it would be like the Tokuger weapons. Yeah, I like the Tokuger weapons. Let me just like get them real quick. Yeah, it's this one. I like this weapon a bit more than like others, right? I mean, there are a whole lot of like other weapons that I could have like picked for Ranger weapons, but I think like when I think about Ranger weapons, it's something like, you know, generic. right? Something like OG, like Power Rangers, like the power weapons, they built like a bigger weapon. And even like here, this is like builds into like a bazooka or some shit like that, you know? So it definitely has that clause, right? But it's not just like a finisher, it's like a creative imagination finisher. You create what you want to finish the opponent with. It could be like serious, or it could be something really like hokey, you know? Right? I like this weapon because it sparks the imagination of said show Tokuger from the little kid, from those little kid like rangers, you know? They're beating your ass down with, you know, power of thought, right? And their weapons are also cool too. From hammer to like axe to sword to claw to blaster, right? Things like that. I liked it. Other weapons that like I thought of, right? Like it just didn't like hit as much. Like just very generic, I feel. But yeah, this is my about me of Super Sentai, right? It kind of like goes to show that I'm like very like new age. I mean, I have like Gokaiger because Gokaiger is like an easy pick, but I do have experience of other like older Sentai, right? It's just like these ones that like I picked, minus like maybe least favorite side character shit type ish, but it's whatever like attracts to me, right? And what I liked was like some of like kind of like the modern stuff, you know, where they were like very ballsy, taking like adventurous like risks, you know, with Sentai, and I dig that, and I dig them for that. Just that we're not gonna see them ever again. We're not gonna see that shit ever again, because Sentai is donezo. It's over. It's never seeing the light of day ever again until it comes back. Until it maybe like comes back, not like the night of day, but the light of day, but like, you know, you know what I mean. It's going on a hiatus, but when will it return? Who knows? Maybe 5 or 10 years when it gets like a proper footholding again, you know? But yeah, this is my Super Sentai page. I just gotta like export this and not losing information. I lost. I'll just have to like save it as a JPEG. And yeah, that's it. Alright, homies. Shit. 11:44. It's getting a little bit late, and I am struck with a cold. But thank you guys a ton for tuning in. Thank you, T Puri and Secondhand Schizophrenia. Thank you for the chats, and thank you to all the other wonderful people that were watching the stream. I'll be back on tomorrow maybe, because I do want to talk about like some fighting game like topics, right? And just maybe general gaming topics, and possibly play some PS5 games. When I come back, I'll have to like clean the PS5. Oh shit, I forgot I had to do that. And then Thursday we're gonna be checking out that Sony State of Play. We're gonna have to like immediately like leave class at like 3. I better prepare mom, because she can be late. But we have to like be there by like 4. I have to like be there by 4:30 and prep. I'll have to like prep everything beforehand though, you know? Or maybe like take the day off of streaming, you know? I'm like thinking. I'll let y'all know what the schedule is, right? Depending on like how I feel and how much work I have to like do. So I'll be back definitely Thursday, maybe Wednesday or Friday, but I will be back on Saturday for Kamen Rider Night. And hopefully Gaim will be back on the menu, because last week it was buffering. It was not like loading in properly. But anyway, thank you guys a ton for tuning in. I know I want to say the rest, but my nose, God. I get a cold. Thank you guys a ton for tuning in. Stay safe, be awesome, be virtuous, and you know the rest. I'll see y'all next time, homies. Peace.